Okay. Okay, good morning, everybody. We're gonna convene the Committee on Finance to continue our budget briefings, and we'd like to welcome everybody to a new year. This is our first briefing that, okay, for me, that's uneventful, right? So, because we had the one we had to delay opening, and then on Tuesday when I flew in, my flight was canceled, delayed, and all this kind of stuff. So this is the first one kind of going on schedule, so very good. Okay, so first up, we have the Lieutenant Governor's Office. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
It's so good to be here. You know, I was really looking forward to this, and the reason for that is because, you know, it's almost like coming home. And then when I walked in, and then it was all different, and I spent so long trying to perfect how people were sitting, and then I come in, and then it's all different, so I'm like a little bit confused now. But I just wanted to thank you for all of your work, because I know even after the wildfires, many of you sat in committees and many of you participated in the working group, and I know going into the next session, it's going to be a lot of challenges. I especially wanted to thank the members who are here early morning, who took the time, and I know early morning schedule is very difficult, so especially Representative Nishimoto, thank you for being here to hear our presentation. For the budget request, we don't have any requests, but if you could indulge me, I wanted to just give you a overview of what happened in the last year. So if we can, we're gonna be running through the slides real quickly. So the first thing is, as you know, in January of last year, after taking office, we launched what's known as the PreK Initiative. The PreK Initiative is the state's continued commitment to ensure that all 3- and 4-year-olds have access to preschool. I'm not going to spend that much time on the importance of preschool, because I think a lot of you folks know how that's so essential. What I am going to spend a little bit time in is when we launched the PreK Initiative, and some of the members and others have told me this too, they almost did not believe that we would be able to open any classroom within a year. And so one of the things that the reason why we took on this initiative is because even as a small portion of what state government does, we wanted to make it clear, and we wanted to set an example that if we do things and do things in an intentional way, things can happen. So for instance, we wanted to make sure that the usual thing, what happens in state government project, is it ends up taking twice as long, plus or minus several years, and it ends up costing twice as much, plus and minus several other millions. The estimated cost for any renovated classroom when we first took on this project was $1 million. After building and finishing 11 classrooms, which are all open across the state, they have come in at $410,000 per classroom. $410,000 means that we can spend that much more in other classrooms. The other thing was that in state government, when you start an initiative, it is nearly impossible that after the start of an initiative, something would be open and functioning within 8 months, and we were able to accomplish that. So by August, 11 classrooms were open. And in December, this past December, we were able to visit some of the classrooms, and I wanted to thank some of you for being there. I know Representative Lamasao and others were at some of the new classrooms, and the development that you have seen these kids from the beginning of the year, just within 4 months, was just incredible. These kids who are 3- and 4-year-olds were sitting, taking instructions, responding to answers, and engaging. And this is what we want all our kids to have, not just the kids whose parents can afford to send their kids to preschool, but everyone within the state. The other interesting thing is that we don't look at just building for the school year. So once the 11 classrooms were done, we were looking forward to building substantially more for August of 2024. But the other thing that we wanted to challenge the departments and ourselves was that we don't have to wait. If we can start construction and if we can get some of these things done earlier, then we will. So we are opening 2 classrooms in Nanakuli, and they will be open next week, and they will be ready to take in students. And 4 more are being built right now. We're just waiting for funding to fill them with teachers. The other thing about PreK Initiative is a lot of times in departments, we look at things just kind of in a silo. What can that department do? Something about preschools and preschool access is not just a single department responsibility. It is a responsibility with not just the Department of Education, EOEL, it's not just SFA, it is really DHS, the university system for the pathway, the private sector, and the community at large. So because of the generous appropriation by the legislature, by increasing the private subsidy from $12 million to $50 million last year, DHS has already approved its rules so that they are ready to take in new applicants as of this month. Even the private sector folks who have worked with DHS in the past have said that they have never seen DHS work so quickly to set up rules. And if you think about it, you just passed legislation in June, and for them to pass rules within 6 months and get it ready for people to apply in January is extraordinary. And the reason why I point that out is because that's another thing that we constantly complain about some of the agencies. Why are the rulemaking so slow? And the reason why I want to point out these facts, the fact that it was built substantially under budget, it was built sooner, and the facts that rules were done is a testament how state government can be. And it's a small example when you put your mind to it, and we have the will. And one of the things that I want to say is success is contagious. When they see success, then other people want to jump on. So that's why Chaminade, Castle Foundation, Kamehameha Schools, the University of Hawaii have all pitched in funding to provide free tuition for people who want to enter into the preschool field. We always thought that this is a field that people don't want to get into, but within few days of announcement of free preschool tuition-free education at Chaminade, for 50 seats, 400 people apply. So that this tells us that there is a desire for people to want to go into this field, and then it's our responsibility to clear some of the pathway. I'm going to move on to the next section. In addition to PreK, the other initiative that we have committed to is the Broadband Initiative, and we have launched Connect Kako. Connect Kako is an investment by the federal government in the tune of close to $500 million. Over $500 billion in investment, and the amount that state is matching is barely 40-something million dollars. So when have we ever seen an initiative where the federal government is providing over $500 million to make sure that we have access into a lot of the areas that you know that people are not getting access? So you are gonna hear throughout some of the hearings, you're gonna have presentation from the University of Hawaii, you're gonna have presentation from the broadband office. If you were to ask them separately about what are they doing, they are not going to completely give you a full picture because they're all working in different things, DHHL, but they're all doing a good job and everything is connected. And the things that I want you to remember is we are dealing with three areas, three facets when we talk about broadband. The first one is connection. The second is devices. The third one is know-how. If you think of what happened during COVID, a lot of the kids were at home doing online classes, and DOE decided we're gonna give everybody what? Out of the three? Devices, right? So they gave bunch of people, somewhat connection. They gave bunch of people devices. But what we found out was some people didn't have connection and some people were able to get pocket Wi-Fis. But because we didn't have the connection and we also didn't have the know-how, it wasn't as successful as we could have been. The entire Connect Kako system and initiative is about the three components. It's about connection, it's about devices, and it's ensuring that people have the ability to use the tools that are given to them. So we'll be talking more about some of these things. And it's getting into a point where it's exciting, it's transformative, it's gonna make differences in people's lives. And I just wanna thank, Chair Yamashita. He started some of these discussions back in 2012. And can you imagine, this is 12 years later, we're seeing some of the fruits of the early discussion that have been held in 2012. Was it 2008? 2010, yeah.
It was 2008.
2008, even longer. 16 years of painstaking discussion. The next thing, I want to spend a little bit of time in supporting Maui, because I know many of you have gone to Maui, provided support, and Representative Cochran, our hearts are still there for the community, and you struggle so much to make sure that your residents and your community stay afloat. So thank you for your work. And thank you to all of you folks who've spent countless hours working on this issue. One of the things I want to give credit to the legislature is within a couple of days of the wildfire, you folks held the most aggressive distribution drive. And the distribution drive at the state capitol fueled some of the things that were deficient in a state distribution center. So for a distribution center to be functioning and well coordinated, you have to have different sectors. You have to have the community hubs. You have to have a distribution hub. But because Maui County was limited in resource, limited in capacity, in trying to store some of these facilities, one of the things that we were able to do is secure a kaka'ako warehouse. I think, I don't remember exactly how big it was. 30,000 square feet of areas that we could store and then have it readily accessible and move it out. Because of the wildfires, we were able to work with many of you folks, and because of the disaster, we were able to work with many of you folks on the recovery response and continue support. We receive significant amount of philanthropic, international community support, but this is going to be a long haul, and we look forward to working with you folks along with many of the departments in continuing to help the people of Maui. The other portion that we worked on, and thanks to many of you folks, is we brought Maui vendors to all the islands. So they had a really successful event on Kauai. They had a successful event on the Big Island, and of course here as well. So we want to thank you folks for your participation as well. I'm gonna talk a little bit very fast about some of the things that our office is going through. So first, is our apostille and certification. As you know, we are continuing to make it easier for people to have certification, apostille system, and we have improved our online system, and we're working on that to ensure that in the future, everybody can apply for some of these applications online. There will be a bill this year again to deal with a special fund for the apostilles and certification. Next thing is name change. We have substantially changed the process so that it will be easier and the wait time is faster and the response time is faster. The other thing that we are doing is because certification and name changes are connected to Department of Health functions, we're helping them improve some of their system to be more responsive in a quicker time frame. I want to spend a little bit more time on this. One of the functions that our office has, we found out, was that we have to manually post all agendas. And in the law, it requires our office to post at a public site, and they designate the public site at the state capitol. But recently we noticed that the area that we're supposed to post, there is a construction area, so I don't know how my staff goes around the construction area to post it at that area, the designated place where state meetings are supposed to be posted. But in this day and age, the idea that we still do paper posting at a designated location where not everybody has access does not make sense. So for legislators and for myself, I think as we go through not just the budget, but how we do things in the state, we all have to think about what are some of the things that we can get rid of, what are some of the things that we need to transform. So for instance, this is kind of a project that we are taking on where we're going to transform this to an online system, and there will be a bill related to that, because at this day and age, it really doesn't make sense that it would be a paper form that has to be posted downstairs only, and that if we want to provide access, that is really contrary to access in a area that we are trying to transform. The last thing is we are also in charge of distribution of HRS. So all the HRS, the blue books that you see, the blue books over time have become, even if the budget amount of the blue books has been consistent, the cost of printing of the blue books have been substantially higher. So there are volumes that are more popular than others, and we don't have enough blue books to give out to everyone who asks. So for instance, the state departments are supposed to get these blue HRS for free, but there is not enough. So I think one of the things that we will be asking is having a resolution to form a working group to see if we can do a better system where we can have more access by making it online or something that is more cost effective. These are some of the examples, even in a small department like us, how we have to take it upon ourselves, and for you folks as well, how we can make things cheaper, how we can make it more efficient, how do we make it more transformative to be more responsive to the people we serve. So I'm gonna stop there and then turn it over to the chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, members, any questions or
Comment.
please?
A comment about getting a resolution to create a working group to explore alternatives about HRS distribution, I think is a bit too much bureaucracy.
Yeah, the reason why there has to be a working group is because we're not the ones ordering. So the ordering has to be done by
You can create a
LRB.
working group. Do we need a resolution?
Because the LRB comes under the jurisdiction of the legislature, I think if you folks direct the LRB, it's not an executive function. So you almost have to require us to come together.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, Representative Cochran.
Good morning, Lieutenant Governor. Thank you for being here and sharing. I was looking at the Connect Kako portion and about connectivity. As you may know, that we still do not have Spectrum up and running till today since the fires in Lahaina in particular. So how is this, in relation to that? I know this was probably done prior, not even planning for wildfires to happen like it did. Currently, right now, there's a couple commercial private businesses that are donating Verizon modems, which I'm in charge of asking every single address, do you need it? Do you need it? I'll get you one. So that's what I've been doing, door to door. So how can state assist in these efforts?
Yeah, it could be different tactics, or it could be supplanting or supplemental, right? Because Connect Kako is a long-term initiative, and some of these funds have not been received by the state from the federal government, because a lot of it is in a planning stages. But for instance, even in the community of Lahaina, we knew right away where some of the deficiencies were. If you look around the state, we know exactly where the deficiencies are. Look at Molokai and Lanai, parts of Kauai, Big Island. If you drive out to Nahalehu, I mean, you're not going to have connection for an hour and a half. And then there's pockets in Hana, and we know where the deficiencies are. I think what the needs you're talking about, those are immediate needs, because those can't wait for 3, 4 year, 5 year build out for what Connect Kako is envisioning. I think those things we need to talk with the service providers right away to leverage. And I know some of the service providers have been very generous, but the Starlink systems are very expensive. It's about $1,000 a device. So it becomes cost prohibitive for some of these families. But it's something that we can take it back to the providers and say, hey, can you be much more aggressive in providing some of the services and getting it up and running? I can do that.
Great, thank you, Chair.
you.
Just one quick follow-up. Yeah, so I know Spectrum has finally laid down, I believe, all their infrastructure, undergrounding. It's just a matter of MECO energizing the system right now in a lot of areas. So that discussion, I guess they're working as fast as they can, but here we are 4 months later and still no connectivity. So
Yeah,
anyhow,
thanks for
I just
sharing
wanted to,
that.
yeah, so thank you for your efforts. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. One of the areas that maybe you can look into is repurposing or redeploying INET money. I know that right there's pockets of money there
Yeah.
to do different things. But anyway, Representative Lamsao, you had something? Okay, anyway, Representative Ryu.
Thank you. Can you kind of explain how you were able to get the preschools built so quickly? And a little bit more in detail, just how are you leveraging or like the procurement process, and how are we getting these built so quickly and under budget?
Yeah. If you think about our population of kids, there were a lot more kids and a lot more kids even, I would say, 10, 20 years ago as opposed to now, because of the changing in population, changing in demographics. So one of the things that we do is we update our data based on the census and based on different information constantly. So for instance, the number of preschools that were needed, or preschool seats that were needed last year when we came in before you folks was about 430, but now it's down to 400. Not because we were super successful, but because we're looking at demographics. When we look at how the schools were built, a lot of the schools were built where populations lay, right? So it was in urban core, down to Pro City. But if you look at the population now, a lot of the population is on the west side. It's in Everplain, Mililani, and that's why we're struggling to build substantially large number of schools. So tack that we took on is, unlike elementary schools where kids have to go to their home schools, there's some exemptions that we were able to push, where for preschoolers, they'll give preference to people who live in the area, but it will be open to anyone. So for instance, Honowai, where Representative Lamasau's residents, a lot of your residents attend, Honowai, within few days of announcing that they had 20 seats, 53 parents applied. And the reason for that, and then we found out, it's not because Honowai, that area of Honowai, there were a lot of people who wanted, but because it was convenient for people who are driving in from the west side or people who were driving in, and the location of the school was convenient for drop-off. So because of that, we are looking at areas of utilizing unused school lands or school classrooms. And I think that's what you folks have talked about and thought about in the past. Are there areas that we can repurpose? And because we focus on renovation as opposed to construction, and renovations which already had permits before, and when you deal with renovation and depending on what they do, you don't have to go through permitting because it was already approved, and we were able to use the DOE, what's known as a JOC system, where they had a pre-approved list. So we were able to go through some of the systems without the regular procurement process, without going through the permitting. But it took time for us to get there. You know, it took the initial approach that any state department or agency will say is, okay, when you want to build something knee-jerk, okay, you got to go through procurement, you got to go through permitting, you got to go through all these processes. But we have to almost do some research and say, are there ways that we can bypass all of these things because it has already been done? And that's what we were able to find out. And so when we found out that we were able to not go through procurement, we were able to take advantage of some of the systems that were late. We were able to do it very quickly. And so the tools are there. You know, different agencies have different tools, whether it's DAGs, whether it's DOE, whether it's different agencies. We have to recognize that, connect them, and then get them excited about getting it done. And then the other thing is, I mean, it took a lot of meetings and a lot of, you know, the staff time just being on top of them, and a lot of, you know, encouraging.
So do you have any legislative strategies that we might be able to employ to get some of these, as you're aware, a huge backlog of CIP projects, to get them on board, or monies encumbered and projects done, that you think that we might be able to employ, that you kind of used in the process?
Yeah. One of the things that we did, the 11 classrooms, and the classrooms that we will be rolling out will look almost exactly the same. Whether you are in Kalaheo, or whether you're in Honowai, or whether you're in Waimea, it will look exactly the same. Same furniture, same flooring, same systems, equipment. And you have no idea how much money we were able to save by doing it the same way. And when you do it the same way, the next contractor that comes up, they don't have to deal with the same thing. Because how many times have you heard of, you do the auditorium or you do some gym, and then the next thing you know, the flooring is bent and then it's curving up because you didn't have experienced contractors or experienced consultants. And we're trying to eliminate some of these things by making it the same. That takes a lot of self-control and resistance, because if, for all of you folks as legislators, you're gonna have situations where you're gonna tell the community or your principal or teacher that you want this classroom, preschool classroom. And one of the things that they're gonna say, can the color match our school color? And you have to help us to say no. Because every deviation costs money, and every deviation will mean that we gotta go through a different system. And so because we were able to have this message that everything will be the same, and if you do it the same way, then we can cut costs and you can have your classroom 2 years ahead of schedule, then everybody was like, okay, they understood.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, OG.
Okay. Thank you. I think that brings up a very, very good point that, we, that it's partially all of our responsibility to kind of make sure that as they go through the process, everybody that you mentioned is not trying to cookie cut exactly what they want, and that's what adds to delays, and that's what adding to cost on a lot of our projects. So that's a very, very good point. I appreciate that. Okay, Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, OG, for being here. Just a quick question regarding the admin bill you referenced in your testimony. I think we passed a similar bill last year regarding the Apostles and Certification Special Fund that was ultimately vetoed. How is this year's bill going to be different to address the gov's concerns then?
Yeah, so the governor's concern was about the cost. So the cost associated was we wanted to increase the amount that is charged from $1 to $10. In this bill, we're not going to increase any costs. We're just establishing a special fund so that if we need to send back an apostle, or if there are certain circumstances, or hopefully over time, we have enough funds to improve the system by, collecting dollar at a time. But if you take a look at the chart, the amount and number of apostles have increased substantially in the last several years. And I want to give credit to Sunshine from my office. She worked for Representative Johansson before, and I think Rep. Kitagawa knows her. But she has improved the apostle system where right now, before we had about 4 months, 3 to 4 month backlog. Right now there is no backlog. So because she's able to process it quicker, we are able to double the number of certification that goes out. And some of these certification, it could be a situation where you're trying to adopt a child, or you need to send your transcript to a college that you want to go to a foreign country, and you need these things right away. And in some of these situations, we heard some really sad cases where they needed documents right away, and the fact that we have no backlog and we're able to process them very quickly, it gives us it's a small thing, but, it gives us it makes us feel good that we're able to be responsive that way.
Does $1 per document cover your costs?
It doesn't, but, that's something that we have to deal with.
Okay, thank you, OG.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members, any further questions? Okay, thank you. Governor, thank you for mentioning what you're doing on broadband and the work that was done prior. One of the things that, as you mentioned, that I kind of thought about was that, one of the transforming things that happened, I think around 2011, was we got the BTOP money from the feds, which is similar to what's happening now, except this one is way bigger, right? But and that money was specifically to connect every school and every public library with fiber. And one of the challenges we had, and I'm sure you're well aware of the rule challenges and things like that, was to get to HANA. And it was because we couldn't get permission from the private landowners to bring the fiber across there. So I don't know if you're, I just bring that up that maybe it's something that you can try to, because I think I have more confidence in you that to have it that kind of issue kind of worked on and fixed. So I just bring that up.
Yeah, the great thing is we are in a unique position where we're looking at potentially $500 million from the federal government, and $500 million they're planning to invest. A lot of times, we think it's just singular, right? So we think it's a linear approach to solving problems. So we think, okay, the way to do it is we're going to lay lines. And the technology and what we knew in 2008 versus 2010 or 11 is substantially different from what we know in 2024. And that adds to it. So we have a lot more flexibility and a lot more knowledge where the things that we envision and the things that we could do is the technology has caught up, or devices have caught up, innovation has been there. The technology has caught up where we can do some of these things. So in those situations, it may not be laying lines, it might be plopping in devices or cell towers along the way, or it could be, one of the things that we're doing is doing connection around the islands through the water system as opposed to on land. So if it takes really long for us to lay terrestrial lines across the islands, we're just gonna channel it from Kaului to going this way.
Very good. Thank you very much. Okay, any further questions? Okay, we want to thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again.
Okay, next we have BNF coming up.
Thank you. Happy New Year.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Louis Oliveri, again, your Director of Finance. With your indulgence, may I introduce the rest of my team that's here with me that hopefully will
please.
be able to support me? So with me today, we have our Deputy Director, Sabrina Nasir. We also have our Program Planning and Budgeting Administrator, Mr. Neil Miyahira. Our Financial Administration Division Head, Rod Becker. Our Office of Federal Awards Management, Mr. Mark Anderson, and our ASO Administrative Services Officer, Tracy Bond. From our attached agencies, we have Derek Mizuno here from the EUTF, Employer Union Trust Fund. Tom Williams sends his apologies. He was not able to make it today, but Kanoi Margot, his deputy, is here from the Employee Retirement System. And it's my pleasure to also introduce our new public defender, John Ikinaga, who was just appointed recently. So that is the BNF Ohana. And so, Chair, with your indulgence, I'll just go into and keep it pretty quick and go through the budget request for Department of Budget and Finance.
Proceed. Thank
Thank
you.
you. So as you know, the Department of Budget and Finance is, an administrative service office to the entire state. So a vast majority of our budget requests really are for those central type services. But a couple of things that I do want to highlight that are significant. So first of all, we are requesting $186 million to put into the Department of Budget and Finance's overall department. And this is the amount that we are actually setting aside to use for potential infusion into the Major Disaster Fund and other expenses associated with the Lahaina wildfire. So these funds will reside within the Department of Budget and Finance and essentially be released to departments on an as-needed basis. So we are making that request. We are also asking for an increase in our special fund ceiling for the mass transit special fund ceiling of $49.7 million. This is not an increase in the amount that's being collected. This is money that has already been collected, but there's just a limit and a cap on the amount that we can remit to the city and county on any given year. So this is money that essentially has been accumulating in the state treasury that is due to the city and county of Honolulu. So the request really is for a ceiling increase so that we can go ahead and remit that money to the city and county of Honolulu. We are also asking for, very appropriate, $13.4 million for state matching funds for the broadband deployment state share cost for the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. And as you just heard the Lieutenant Governor talking about broadband, this is essentially the state's matching portion for the federal awards that will be coming down. And the reason why the Department of Budget and it's being budgeted in the Department of Budget and Finance is that the state through the governor, through the Department of Budget and Finance is the awardee. The sub-awardees of those grants are the University of Hawaii and the Department of Business and Economic Development Tourism. So once with this appropriation, what we will do is when the grants do come in, we will just make those disbursements to the appropriate agency as necessary. We are asking for a decrease of $17.1 million for the state employer's portion of health premium payments for active and retiree employees. And this is, again, based on projections that are coming in. Again, these are just projections. This is the amount that we expect to pay in premiums in the upcoming fiscal year. We are asking for an increase in the trust fund ceiling for the unclaimed properties division, and this is essentially to meet the increased amount of unclaimed property requests that we're getting. We're currently capped at about 2 million right now. Oh, we're capped at 11 million. This additional 4 million will allow us to kind of keep pace with the amount of unclaimed property requests that are coming into the state. We are also asking for, within the employer union trust fund, $300,000 for increased maintenance costs associated with the benefit administration program. And within BNF proper, we're asking for $240,000 to support in-grade adjustments for our departmental excluded managerial staff, and another $275,000 in general funds to reallocate our existing program budget analyst 5 positions to our program budget analyst 6 to increase retention and recruitment purposes, but also to take a look at one of the things that we are doing as the Department of Budget and Finance. We tend to employ like higher level program budget analysts, but because of vacancies and because of difficulties in recruiting, we're going to start recruiting at the program budget 1 level. And so what we are going to be asking from our program budget analyst 5s is to increase their scope of responsibilities to actually start training these people as they're coming in. So we would like to kind of recognize that, that we're going to be asking more of these individuals. And it also, what it does do, it creates more of a career ladder, because now you have program budget analyst 5s that are getting some type of supervisory training type of experience, so that when they do move into the executive managerial positions, that they will start having those types of experiences within their work history. So that represents the request that we're adding to the department, Chair. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I also have my staff here to support me with any other questions that may come.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, questions? Representative Ayu.
Hi, Director. I have some questions on, it's in the supplemental briefing package regarding salaries that are being paid higher than the budgeted amount.
Okay.
I'm just, so I want to understand, for some of these positions you have here, table 21, how are we paying these positions more than the budgeted amount?
Those positions are usually being paid, I might have to ask my ASO to come in specifically when it comes to it, but when you have variances in what's currently budgeted, like in the BJ tables versus what's happening over the course of the year, if a position changes or if they increase, some of that may also be collective bargaining, because collective bargaining is not budgeted within the individual position account, and that gets allocated through through the collective bargaining appropriation. So there's a couple of different factors, but did I cover most of it, Tracy? And then we do actually have within some of our attached agencies, because those attached agencies are also governed by individual boards, that they may have increases in that occur throughout the year that weren't budgeted, but we would go in and they cover within their existing vacancies or whatever ceiling room that they do have within those attached agencies.
So there's separate monies that you have to pay the difference between the salary amount and the budgeted amount?
It's not separate monies. It's not separate monies, but say, for example, if you have a position that's vacant, like in this particular case, and the positions that are in Table 21, a lot of these positions are in the Employer Union Trust Fund as well as the ERS. And so the board may increase the salary because they have that governing authority to do that. And that may not necessarily be included in the budget. But what we do want is we want these divisions to basically true up their payroll when it comes in. So,
like,
yeah.
So it's like what the budget amount's 169,740, and then we're paying them 200,000. It's like the third one from the bottom.
Yeah, and I believe that is the investment the investment officer for the EUTF. So it may have been budgeted at 160, but by the time that the ERS goes through the process of hiring somebody, they may come in at a higher amount just in order to attract that.
Okay, and then, so the legislature gave the board the power to pay more than the budgeted amount, is that what it is?
The board has the authority to set the salaries for their employees, yes.
Okay, because, and then if we're looking on table 22, there's like huge discrepancies between what the budgeted amount is and the actual salary paid, like even on the first one, 77,000, and then the last salary paid, well, it's a range, but it could go as high as 97,000, so 20,000 more. So that's like fringe benefit or?
No, that's actually the salary. And for those particular positions, because if it's civil service, we can only provide a range, right? We can't give the exact salary amount for civil service positions. So I'll have to get back to you on the specifics of individual positions, Representative. But yeah, if there are discrepancies, it has to be covered within the payroll allocation that any division or branch may have.
Okay, and then on that table 22, can you explain the program that you developed to track productivity for hybrid employees?
So what we do have right now is our departmental personnel human resource officer essentially developed a schedule and a matrix in order to just continue to track. I mean, we're constantly in this process of trying to implement and incorporate. In this particular case, I believe you're talking about the telework productivity. What is the appropriate methodology to make that determination? I'm not a human resource expert, and so my managerial style or how I approach is based upon the level of work that's coming out of that particular division. If I were to see a drop in productivity or I would have concerns, then that would something that I would be to address. But developing metrics for that, we would have to kind of work with the Department of Human Resources Development in order to get those kind of accurate metrics to determine what productivity is supposed to look like. And then also for it to be consistent amongst every department, because you may have one department that evaluates productivity different than the other. And so this is an ongoing work in progress.
Well, I mean, it seems like different departments are coming in with budget requests for some kind of hybrid monitoring program. I just want to understand the program you guys have and whether it can be rolled out.
Oh, yeah, I would not say that our program is we're finance people, so we kind of developed our metrics based upon trying to be very quantitative in terms of the number of times that somebody gets assigned a particular project or say, for example, a request for release to review. But I can show you and get back to you with the metrics and the templates that we use for our department.
And then do you plan to transition back some of these people back to more full-time, considering that you want to hire some analysts at level 1 who need supervisory roles, and what is the plan for that?
So these positions are still full-time. They're not, it's not that if they do work from home, it doesn't mean that they're not putting in the requisite 40 hours per week. We do have certain policies and procedures in place that, if you are in a telework position, is that you still need to be, through the course of the workday, 100% available for any call that comes in from either the supervisor, the director, or any one of your coworkers. So if there was a situation where people were not answering, which I don't believe that we've had that situation come up in our, then it would be something that we would have to take note of and continue to start tracking in terms of, whether or not people are adhering to the policies that we established in terms of the privilege of having telework.
And then I wasn't able to find this, but do you have how many open positions do you have?
We have a total of. Sorry, it's not in a total.
I'll find that right now.
Yeah. Okay. I don't wanna guess right now, Representative, but we do have quite a number of vacancies, and primarily those vacancies exist in our attached agencies, the EUTF, the ERS, and the Public Defender's Office. We know that there are challenges in hiring in those positions. BNF proper, which is essentially the immediate non-attached agencies, we only have 10 vacancies within our BNF proper. We have 59 vacancies into the department, of which 49 vacancies are within our attached agencies.
Okay, so I'm looking at the first two on table 11. Is it your plan to convert these budget analyst positions to 1 and 2 to fill them, or you're looking for 4 and 5 here?
So depending on where it is, I mean, that's the budgeted position. Somebody could come in at a 1, but then even if they come in at a 1, in 6 months, they now qualify for being a 2. And so they're moving up the steps. So you may have a budgeted position that's budgeted at 6, but that position may be, when it's established, it'll be established at a 1 level, but then they'll start going through the progression and the career ladder, and they may move up into a 6 over the course of time. But the way we manage it and the way that we kind of handle our FTE counts is that's what we're budgeted for. And, we would love to bring in 5s and 6s, but because, the qualifications and the MQs for bringing in a 5 and 6 really kind of, one, limits our ability to actually get a list of those people because they don't meet the MQs. So we have to bring them in at a 1 level and basically move them up the career progression track.
So you don't need us to do anything in the budget to change for you to hire a budget analyst 1 in this position.
No,
you can do this on your own.
Yeah, we can bring them in at a 1 level and then get them on the career path.
But if say we budgeted for like a level 3, that person in that position couldn't move to level 4.
If they're stuck at a 3, then then basically we would be capped at the 3 level, even from a budgeting standpoint, because you would budget it at the 3 level and they wouldn't be able to have it. Or in essence, what we would have to do is we would have to take other types of savings within the payroll number that we have in order to do that.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Representative Garrett.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Director, just a historical question, but how did the Office of the Public Defender come to be attached to BNF?
That's a good question. I don't know. The Department of Budget and Finance has been the repository of many interesting. At one point in time, the Public Utilities Commission was also within the Department of Budget and Finance, and we also have the Hawai'i Healthcare, something that was attached to the Department of Budget and Finance, and I believe this was just done by legislative action. Representative, I'm sorry, I don't have the history about it. I can look it up for you.
I'm just curious. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Representative Kobayashi, followed by Cochran.
It seems that your big asks are with Maui.
Yes.
So in these big asks, you might have to keep in touch with the chair as to how much money you need when.
Sure. And
It looks like at one point in these documents, you were looking at 200 million, and now you just told us that you're looking for 186 million
yeah.
for this current for the upcoming fiscal year.
Yeah. You're absolutely correct, Representative. And if you remember my presentation when I gave to you the presentation on the financial plan, the financial plan did set aside $200 million in the upcoming fiscal year 25 related to the Maui wildfire response and recovery. Of that $200 million, there's about $14 million that was actually included now in departmental asks with whether it's the Department of Land and Natural Resources and some other departments. So we set aside $200 million this year. So of that $200 million that we were planning for, we netted out the ones that went directly to the departments, and then the 186 is just the remaining amount that we have that we're requesting be appropriated to Budget and Finance that we would distribute to the Major Disaster Fund on an as needed basis. And again, whatever is not needed of that amount would be just returned to the general fund.
But I think that's the point that you need to keep in touch, because you don't know when the as needed will kick in.
Absolutely. And again, this is one of those things where we would definitely keep the legislature informed and how those funds are being utilized. We know we are asking for a degree of flexibility, and we are well open to establish controls within that flexibility to make sure that, one, that these monies are only being used for wildfire-related expenses.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative Cochran.
Thank you, and thank you, Representative Kobayashi. That was along the lines asking about the 186 mil directed to Maui wildfires, and so I heard your explanation. But yeah, hoping to get more of a detailed breakdown, or is that just you're waiting for different departments and you know things to break down that 186 right now, so you don't really kind of have a detailed list of ask of where it's already going to be dispersed to and what for?
So a lot of it, Representative, and it's a great question. A lot of it, Representative, is the work that we're doing with both HAIMA and with FEMA and expenses. So a lot of the money that we're requesting for is for the state share of some of these larger IA and individual assistance and public assistance that's coming in from the federal government, of which in some cases we will have a requisite state share. So we want to make sure that we have our state funding in order to meet our obligations for what is going to be a significant amount of federal support that's going to be coming in from the feds.
Good. That allays my thought. If we're up on it, we don't want to lose leave any money on the table, so to speak, and not miss the opportunities. So.
Yeah. And we've been working very diligently, Representative. We have a very regular, disciplined, and structured meetings with regards to how expenses are being requested, not just from the state perspective, but also what's coming in from the feds. And this is a meeting that includes, budget and finance, HAIMA, MEMA, my counterpart, Scott Taruya from Maui County, FEMA, even nonprofit people. We're all part of this group so that we're making sure that we're maximizing every single dollar that's going to go for the response and recovery of Lahaina.
And Chair, in that reference, is there a way to keep my office in the loop on this discussion or be a part of?
Sure. We can send you an invitation. Chair is also invited to that. And people have been basically participating and listening in. Yeah. And we do have a report out that does do it, and we can make sure that you get a copy of that information too.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
I think, we have been monitoring those meetings, and I think what would be good for the committee is maybe, it'd be hard if all of us attended. So what I think what you will do is we'll distribute the reports as they come out. Okay. Would that work for you?
That's fine. It's public record, sir.
All right, thank you. Any further questions, Representative Kaholo?
Thank you, Chair. Just kind of a follow-up on that budgeted funding for recovery of Maui. We still don't know what that federal reimbursement payback will be. So in theory, what this is budgeted for is to cover us because some of it is front-loaded, right? And we will receive some reimbursement back. Mm-hmm. But do you know, do we have any ideas, because it's multiple federal departments, what that recovery back timeline comes in, and then where is that going when that reimbursement comes back?
So what we are asking for is a little bit of flexibility in the utilization of the Major Disaster Fund. Again, it's a cash inflow and a cash outflow situation. We're keeping track, and one of the meetings that we do have, and if you look at, I don't know offhand exactly what the last direct federal assistance numbers that does come up, but one of the reports that we have basically shows that, we're in the vicinity of almost like 953 million. Oh, here you go. So far, total cost that we have been tracking so far is $1.4 billion that has been coming in, of which the state share of that is $149 million. So reimbursements can come in. And I hate to say that it's dependent upon when somebody processes and sends us an invoice, and vice versa. When we go and we process and we send an invoice, we want to get better at this thing. We are, this is one of those things where we have to ramp up and we have to basically bring in the capacity in order to meet the administrative requirements of managing all of this money that's going to be going through in and out of the state.
Thank you, and thank you for all the work on that effort. And so, from a staffing perspective, there's enough capacity to meet just all the layers of the back and forth to not just process, but
Yeah.
I know it's a lot of layers.
Yes, it is a lot of layers, and we're getting there. I mean, I think, budget and finance is taking more of kind of the macro aggregate view, a lot more oversight, but understanding that really the people on the ground, HAIMA, Department of Defense, I mean, those are the guys that are really kind of like, writing the checks, cutting the invoices, paying vendors. That's where really the meat of the work is happening.
Okay, thank you. Any further question, Representative Poi Poi, followed by Ward?
Thank you, Chair. I've just heard you several times asking for flexibility, and I can pull from some of the responses what that might mean. But can you describe that a little better as what exactly you're asking for in the sense of flexibility?
And so I think the first one would be, requesting $186 million. We do not have the exact details of which, but we know we're going to have expenses related to it. And so the flexibility, and I believe we do have a bill that will be coming in, our ability to go ahead and send that money to the Department of Defense where the major disaster fund existed. Look, currently we can't just move money from one department to another. We're restricted by statute and by the Constitution of moving money from department to department. So we're asking for some degree of flexibility in order to budget it within the Department of Budget and Finance, which is essentially your overseer of funds, and distribute it to the necessary departments when necessary. So that would be an example of flexibility that we're looking for, Representative.
Okay, Representative Ward, followed by Lamasau.
Thank you, Chair. You have a tough job. I think I sat in the same room in 1992 when Iniki was hit, and we gave them every dollar for dollar that they requested. Do we have any outstanding, if we match, no, the first question would be, have we matched what we gave for Iniki? I mean, it was huge. I don't know the exact number, but maybe you can find that out,
I
given what
could
we
find
have.
it out. I was in college when Iniki
Okay,
hit,
yeah,
Representative. So.
I'm dating myself, obviously. But it's where, have we got all the invoices in from Maui that we're going to get? In other words, how much, we've got the monies that you said are there,
Yeah.
but how much of that is still an unknown?
I can give you a high degree of surety that no, we do not have all of the costs and expenses associated with
So we
the
should
Maui
expect
recovery.
more coming down the line.
Absolutely, 100%.
I guess the last point is, in the decision-making process, who's in charge of the Maui redevelopment? Is it you who control the funding? It's like who's on first sometimes. Particularly some of the business community wants to know timelines. They want to know what's going on and why so little is so quickly.
My boss and I received my direction from the governor of the state of Hawaii, Representative, and he has taken an extremely active role in this, in conjunction and working with the mayor, working with working with our federal partners, working even with the President of the United States for that matter. So, if you were to ask me from my perspective, in our state, the governor has taken a significant lead role in making sure that we address the recovery and response.
Do you know when the FEMA report is coming out?
I do not have that. We can try to get that for you.
Do we know the
Representative.
cause yet of the Maui fire?
I would not be the appropriate person to ask that question to. I would not know.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Lamasau.
This question is for ERS. I wanted to get the status over unfunded liability, and if there are any bills that are going to be introduced this session in regards to that.
And so the current status, the corpus is about 40% unfunded right now. So we did reach a major milestone in the funded status of the ERS trust fund, which is I think we're at 62% right now. So, sorry, I don't know the exact billions that translates to, but we are 60% funded in terms of the ERS right now.
So no bills this year?
There is a proposal for a bill, and one of these, it's a bill to not necessarily address the unfunded liability, but the board has been entertaining the idea of reducing the vesting period for people from 10 to 5 in order to increase recruitment opportunities as well as retention for somebody for that matter. And we did calculate this, and we felt that it was there was an impact, but the impact would be immaterial to the overall cost of the ERS.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any representative? Are you?
Can we talk about the CIP encumbrance
Sure.
system? I'm just trying to understand. So if we have a project that has an architect on board, we have designs, is the money encumbered for CIP at that point, or is it not encumbered?
And so, great question, Representative. So the process of encumbrance is with the Department of Accounting and General Services, actually, not BNF.
Okay.
But encumbrances can happen in two ways. And an encumbrance is not an accrual. So not to get technical into the accounting aspect of these things, but an encumbrance is essentially you are earmarking a set amount that has been appropriated in a particular year because you expect an expenditure or a service to be rendered. And there are two types of encumbrances. There is what we call a claims encumbrance, and there's a contract encumbrance. And so a claims encumbrance happens at the end of the fiscal year. If you do not have a contract in place, you request what is a claims encumbrance, otherwise known as a blanket encumbrance. That's saying, you know what, I will have a contract in place by 12/31 of that calendar year. So you have 6 months in order to turn that claims encumbrance into a contract encumbrance, to actually have a physical contract from a vendor basically saying that you have an obligation to pay and services will be rendered. You can, at the end of the calendar year, request an extension from the comptroller to extend that blanket encumbrance, but then you have to go in repeatedly, and the comptroller can provide you ongoing exemptions to extend that encumbrance. But normally, the process is if you do not turn that claims encumbrance into an actual contract encumbrance by the end of the calendar year, then the money will lapse.
Okay, so some of the projects I saw on the lapse list, I've seen like renders or designs or drawings. Does that doesn't necessarily mean we have a contract encumbrance then?
It doesn't necessarily. I wouldn't know, because once the Department of Budget and Finance's role in the process for CIP is essentially the release. So a department will ask for a release for a CIP project. And we will review it, make sure that it was actually appropriated, do our analysis, and send it to the governor for final approval to release. Once that approval is given by the governor, the department now has the ability to basically get the allotment and start doing the drawdown. And so now that process exists in the expending agency. Budget and Finance is out of that process at that point in time.
What does the department need to come to you to get release?
It's basically a request to release. There is a form that is provided as part of our budget execution policies that specifically highlights the template and information that's required for release of a CIP project.
So they don't need like drawings or plans?
No, you don't need that. I mean, that you could ask for release well before you even get to that process. A request for a release is basically asking for authorization to basically begin the process.
Okay, so and then asking for release doesn't encumber the money. They need the contract to start encumbering the money.
Yeah, that release does not mean encumbrance. Yeah.
And does it need to be the construction portion of the contract, or can it be the design and?
It could be any contract. Any vendor obligated contract would result in an encumbrance. A contract encumbrance.
Okay. Doesn't seem that difficult to encumber funds then.
Value, yeah, of the value of the contract, and it would only be, the encumbrance would only be like, you could have a $5 million CIP project, but you've only encumbered $500,000 for that, so you might lapse the remaining amount because you've only encumbered say for example, the architectural design, planning and design money.
Okay, so the contract only encumbers the portion of the contract that has been
The-
executed for.
The actual vendor contract.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I forgot to apologize for being late, that the people of Hawai'i had their electricity cut off in the middle of the night. It's still pending to be put back on. But a macro question about Dr. Bonham from UHiro sat in that table and prognosticated or projected that there will be anemic growth in the future. Does your budget fit the anemic growth projection, and you have a plan A or a plan B?
Yeah, we believe that it tracks along the line with it, but revenues and the revenues that are generated by the state it is correlated to the economy, but it is also correlated to the way our taxes, our general excise provisions, and all of these different things. So there's a lot of balancing that happens when it comes to it. I mean, simple the answer, yes, we believe that the budget currently tracks with it. We've made sure that we weren't going excessive. We continue to maintain our reserves, which is a very important part of the overall financial management of the state. And I believe that if you look at the general fund request that the administration is asking for, we are asking for basically like a 3% increase in the overall budget.
So it does fit the anemic projection. But then the question would be, is there anything that you can do to get out of the anemic zone that the government can use as a stimulus?
I would defer to my counterpart, the Director of Business, Economic Development, and Tourism, as the appropriate entity.
It looks as though you have some experience in that area.
Supposedly, yes.
Okay, you've punted to your former. Okay, thank you. Just the point is, sometimes 2024 is not looked at as actually predictable in a full scale of.
It was one of the factors that we did consider, and which was part of the presentation, is that there's a lot of uncertainty. Not to mention, things that are happening at a national as well as an international level. We do the best that we can, but one of the great things that we have is that we are guided by the Constitution to follow with whatever the Council on Revenues provides to us.
Big variables. The Japanese have not come back yet to Hawaii. That's a very big spending. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, Director, and I know there's it's unclear as to how this money that we owe FEMA or FEMA will reimburse us is going to work and things like that. But FEMA kind of is consistent in, well, I wouldn't say consistent, but we kind of know how they operate. And based on other disasters that have happened into the state, and many times the reimbursement back to the state takes a while, right? Mm-hmm. And have you done any projected modeling on how that's going to flow in and out?
And not to that level of extent. I think one of the great things is that, we do believe that the United States government is good for it. They do have money, and they will
But it's
pay
the
us.
delay that I kind of worry
Yeah,
about.
it's the delay. It's always the issue. We have to work with with our counterparts at the federal level when it comes to how the flow of money is going to be coming in and out. I don't think we haven't gone to that level of predictive modeling yet, Representative Chair. But duly noted. We'll take that back and we'll figure out how we can get started with that.
Thank you. Yeah. Go ahead. I'll finish up mine later. Representative Ward.
I just want to follow up on that, because most businesses, when they have that delayed payment, they get a line of credit. Or is that bumping up into borrowing and other things? You guys have a line of credit? Or you can just pull stuff out at a...
Our relationship with the federal government and how we draw down is very unique. We don't. We can ask for advance to them, but we are also guided by certain aspects of how we use federal money. There is a a provision, the Cash Management and Improvement Act, which is a federal law that basically prohibits states from drawing down too much at any given point in time because we can't sit on federal money.
No, well,
Yeah.
my question is, when you do have a delay, you go to First Hawaiian Bank or Bank of Hawaii or the other banks and draw down based upon what they've got you as a guaranteed payment. Do you have a line of credit is the question.
If you were to ask me, the $186 million that we're asking for is that line of credit that we're proposing to use.
But where are you going to get it from?
It's from the Treasury, sir.
Okay, but I'm talking about from the private sector.
I-
As a carryover to keep everything moving quickly. Again, the private sector does this all the time.
Yeah, the private sector does it all the time. You know what? But you know, we are the government representative, and so we do have the ability, and we
You got
to
more assets than anyone.
we do, and so we can manage our cash flow in that particular way. I would not recommend using a line of credit only because we would have to pay an interest rate on those things. What we can do is manage our own finances as it comes in and out in order to not have to make those.
This is if the people get done
Yeah,
quickly. Anyways, I just wanted to correct. Thank you,
Understood.
Chair, for that interruption.
Okay, Representative Morikawa,
Sure.
followed by Kobayashi.
Oh, thank you. Just a quick question. Our FEMA reimbursement is only for state-related services or facilities, correct? So the county of Maui would be doing their own reimbursements for their damage.
they have their own process that they're working with the federal
Right,
government.
so
Yes.
ours is only related to any state.
The stuff that we're on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Representative Kobayashi.
This cash flow issue is what concerned me about how much of the 186 you'll need when. And I think that is what you need to be in good communication with the money chairs.
Absolutely.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, okay, we had a discussion that there may be opportunities to rebuild using Liberty bonds. How far has that discussion gone with our congressional people and?
Yeah, I would defer to. There is a division within the Office of the Governor's office that's currently being headed by Luke Myers, and he has started that discussion on Liberty bonds.
Good. Okay. Thank you very much. On the you are budget and finance. So one of the areas that I think I just want to know how you think about these type of things. There, people are trying to budget by a percentage or budget by dedicated funds or things like that where I have concerns about that, but I just want to know what budget and finance, what your philosophy is, those type of things.
Simply put, we budget by need, Chair. Need is what happens. When you look at the state of Hawaii, which is a $19 billion operation, budgeting by percentages doesn't work when you have multiple different requirements. Not every department it's not homogeneous, right? You're not looking at one business unit that's creating widgets and another business unit that's creating widgets and saying, well, since they do the same thing, they should be getting 50% each. I'm just using an example. Let's say, for example, the Department of Education. $5 million. $5 million to the Department of Education doesn't even amount to 1/5 of 1%, versus 5%, say, for example, to the Department of Human Resources. $5 million would be 25% of their operating budget. And so that the comparison of using like ratios and percentages, it doesn't work for us, Chair. I'm sorry, but we budget by need, and again, also from the standpoint of how things are budgeted at a departmental level, there's a lot of centralized internal costs that exist even within budget and finance. You look at budget and finance. Budget and finance is essentially by department the largest share of the general fund budget. It's like 30%, 33%. But of that 33%, 99% of that is essentially central services. It's what we pay for the employer union trust fund. It's what we pay for employee retirement benefits. It's what we pay for debt service on CIP, for example. If you were to allocate that out again, then you get a bigger picture of what percentages are like. So it's not an apples to apples comparison, Chair, when you look at it. So I would caution against budgeting by percentage and ratios.
Okay. What about dedicated funds and things like that?
Dedicated funds, kind of the same process. I mean, if you're dedicating a certain amount, you're essentially fencing it, and you're not giving, whether it's the administration or the legislature, the flexibility to budget by need. Needs are going to arise. If anything, the wildfire is a perfect example of a significant amount of need that just arose out of, basically instantaneously. So, earmarking and those types of things, there are, it could put you down a path of creating, constraints within the state's ability, for that matter, to appropriately address need when need arises.
Thank you very much. Any further questions by the members? Okay, Representative Cochran.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for being here. I was just curious to get a little more enlightenment on the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund.
Yes.
And I just was trying to review exactly what the kuleana is of that program, and what I just never heard of it. Sorry, and I was just curious what that was about. And you're asking for $4 million to increase this program.
Yeah, so it is a ceiling, actually. So the unclaimed properties division, throughout the United States, whenever there is unclaimed property, safety deposit box, for example, that wasn't claimed, businesses are required to remit to the last known address of that recipient, or like a gift card. If you got a gift card and all of a sudden you never used it, and it's a gift card for $1,000, and you might whoever has that gift card, that is required to remit that to the state where the last known person is. So we receive that money, and we have to hold it in the event that somebody comes and makes a claim for it. And so this is not. We're not asking for general funds for this, Representative. I know it can be. We are actually asking for an increase in our ability to pay out these claims that are coming to the state of Hawaii of money that we are holding for private individuals, actually. So we've seen a significant uptick of unclaimed property requests. I mean, I just recently signed off on an individual's unclaimed property request for over $100,000. One. Wish it was me, but yeah. I actually, if anything, I would recommend, Representative, going to the unclaimed properties website within BNF, type in your name, and you can see you might be owed some money. I might owe you some money, Representative, if that's the case.
Thank you. I think when I thought of property, I thought like land property.
Oh yeah, no, it's not.
So that has no bearing,
Yeah. That has no bearing. We don't hold land.
Genealogy ties to lands that they feel they should be claiming, stuff
No.
like that.
No, thank goodness. No, we don't do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. As I look at the numbers, and I asked the question the other day, the EUTF unfunded liability, what percentage you said it's 60% funded with ERS. What percentage of EUTF is funded?
We are at 35% funded for the EUTF.
But in the budget, it says decrease employee health premium payments by $17 million.
Yeah, that is the actual. So there's a difference between the EUTF's corpus and the ERS's corpus, Representative. So in that particular case, these are the premiums that we pay to to the health insurance companies in order to cover state active and retiree
How'd you get a
employees.
$17 million rebate?
It's essentially based upon our projection of what premium payments are going to be for the upcoming fiscal year.
So you're gonna get rid of employees, or?
No.
'Cause
There's
the thing usually, health usually goes up instead of down.
there is a couple of factors that are changing it. Some of which include the types of benefit plans that our employees are starting to choose versus what has been historically been more expensive plans in the past.
So you're not cutting benefits.
We're not cutting benefits.
I mean, this is good news for a finance committee, but it's surprising when the cost of healthcare have gone up continually, and now this is $17 million to the.
In many ways, the EUTF is a lot more challenging. The ERS, in many ways, it's math, right? We know how much you've earned throughout the course of your employment. We know what your salary was. The EUTF, for that matter, is you're providing a benefit where you're not quite sure what the expenditure and what the cost of that benefit is going to be in any given year because premiums change. Individual employees' patterns change. They might be in a 90-10 plan one year, and then they might decide to drop down to the 75-25 plan. But that's their choice. Not. We don't make that determination for people.
Can you translate the 35% funded to actual when we will actually break even and be all funded?
So
how many years out do we have to go?
What the 2044 is when we expect it, and to that point, in 2014, 10 years ago, we had no money in the corpus. There was no corpus for employee retirement healthcare benefits, and now we are at, which is $3 billion, $3.8 billion.
How do we compare it to other states?
You have other states like California that are still a pay-go state, for that matter. So they don't have a corpus for retirees. We are setting money aside for retirees now, so that when they retire, that corpus will pay for their retiree benefits going forward, and we don't have to use the general fund like what we used to do in the past. Prior to 2014, we were paying for retiree healthcare benefits out of the general fund. And there was no corpus that was generating income in order to offset those costs. So the trajectory that we're in right now, and it's a long trajectory, is we will have that funded by 2044.
Okay, Representative Cochran.
Thank you. And in reference to that, I recall when in Maui County, ERS owned Kaanapali Golf Course, and so what type of investments are we doing, or, in order to gain some type of profit, in order to, increase that funding?
I fortunately, shirked that responsibility to be the trustee for EUTF to my deputy. So maybe Derek can come and talk a little bit about the corpus and the investments that they do in that particular division.
Hi, Happy New Year. Derek Mizuno, ETF Administrator. Representative Cochran, we have a diversified portfolio similar to the ERS, where we have public stocks, debt, U.S. Treasuries, private real estate. Although we don't own anything directly, we invest in funds. We have private equity, private credit. So it's pretty much the gamut of investments that are out there that similar public pension and health and welfare plans invest in.
I recall, Chair, I know Portland, all the parking meters were like an investment by a Canadian pension fund company, and that's how they were paying into their fund, was like all the proceeds in these parking stalls all across the entire city were going to that, which was, I thought, oh, never heard of such a thing. So I wasn't sure if we were, delving into, not that in particular, but, something to that nature.
I think it's because the ETF is really kind of getting off the ground. They just hired their investment office,
we replaced it.
They have an investment. The ERS, for example, which is a mature pension fund that exists, has many different types. They have fixed assets. They own the city tower, the building that they're currently in right now. So the expectation is that you maintain the rate of return that you want. So I believe the rate of return for the ERS is 7%. So what we want is we want the ERS to at any given point in time average out 7%. We know some years it's going to be 2, but we hope in some years it's going to be 10. But the intention really is once you have that corpus, is that over the long term that you're achieving a 7% rate of return. And in order to receive that 7% rate of return, it requires an investment strategy that's well diversified in many different types of asset classes.
And we do have investments similar to that where we invest in a fund, and then the fund might buy a toll road and collect fees. So you have a constant stream of income that's really not affected by the economy as much. So we do have those investments as well.
Thank you. Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. We visited the Finance Committee, Mahi Pono, and you know who funds them?
The
Canadian
Pension Fund.
ERS.
Yep.
Ironically, have you guys been approached by them? That's just rhetorical. The question is, what's your return on investment so far? I know you're beginning, but have you reached 7%, 5%?
Yeah, we started our diversified investment portfolio in 2011. Through 6/30/2023, our return was 7.2%. So we have met the 7%.
So you're provoking
hurdle.
ERS to jealousy then. Good job.
Okay, thank you very much. To follow up on that line of questioning, the legislature gave you the authority, or the board the authority, to set the percentage. Prior to that, the legislature used to do that. In light of the current financial situation, stocks, rates are going up and things like that, are you going to adjust that number up?
The
percentage?
The rate of return and the rate of return that has been established, and this is for both the ERS and the ETF, it could be adjusted based upon what the board, but that also ties into our projected pay down of the unfunded liability. So we're kind of adhering to we need to stick to the plan, Chair, and keep that rate of return, projected rate of return, in order to meet our pay down for the unfunded liability. So I can't speak for the board, but at least my policy position is that we need to stick to the plan and the expected rate of return that has been in many ways achievable for both the EETF and the ERS.
For EETF, there's no plans to change the 7% at this time.
Okay, thank you. Representative Popoy.
Curious if in our investment portfolio we are investing, or our money is being invested in the fossil fuel industry.
So for ETF, when we talk about, say, public stocks, we just invest in index funds. So we're not taking a position in fossil or non-fossil. It's just index. It's all passive. In terms of some of our private funds, we may have some that are related to the fossil fuel industry, but it's through funds. And when we invest in a fund, we're investing in the fund's manager, and so we don't have any influence in terms of what they purchase.
I understand that. Curious if we're trying to divest our use of fossil fuel, and we've set pretty aggressive transition goals to renewable energy, and I feel like it's contradictory to, even if it's through a fund, to be continuing to invest in something we're trying to divest our use of, because of all the things we know about fossil fuel, and it is becoming a more volatile investment. So
yeah, and I think the thing with fossil fuels and setting policies is very difficult to set policies around that. You could be, say, investing in a company that has fossil fuels, but they're maybe moving out of it, and they're trying to be more green. And that may be a company you want to invest in, but if you kind of lay out blanket policies, you may not be able to capture some of those nuances. But I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, thank you very much for coming in, members. We have DOT this afternoon, so Director, you and your staff, thank you very much for coming in. We
Thank you,
appreciate
Chair.
it.
Thank you, members.
We are
Thank you,
adjourned.
Vice Chair.
Okay, the Committee on Finance will come to order for our informational briefing. This afternoon, we have the Department of Transportation. Director, please.
Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members. Ed Sniffen with the Department of Transportation, here to brief you on our budget. Let me first introduce our deputies for our department. Dre Khalili is for harbors, Robin Shishiro for highways, Tammy Lee for administration, and Ford Fuchigami is our airports administrator. And we're really lucky to have him back. A lot of things I can just let go because he's here again. You'll see in our package, even though it's a supplemental budget year, our asks are pretty big. For airports itself, we're looking at a CIP of about 1.1 billion. Now, that 1.1 billion is not necessarily the total project cost. There are three projects that come out to about $400 million. There are enabling projects for our Diamond Head Concourse, improvements to our parking structures that are necessary before it gets us into trouble, and other projects that are necessary. There's another 350 million in projects that we're asking for, but because we don't know if we're going to get federal funds for that from discretionary programs, we doubled it up. So you'll see 350 on the state side and about 350 on the federal side as well. There's a significant ask for highways on the CIP side as well, 770 million or so, all to make sure that we push forward on the preservation pieces that we've already added on, and making sure that we can capitalize on the federal funds that we are pushing for from the federal government. This is both for discretionary grants and for redistribution funding that we'll get at the end of every year. And the harbor side, significant push towards our resiliency programs, making sure that we have our adaptation measures moving forward. So Dre's pushing forward on that piece while we're looking at ensuring that our ports are as efficient and as effective as possible. In addition to the efficiency on the ports, Dre is moving forward on ensuring that we support local ag. So looking at how we can upgrade different facilities to ensure that we support cattle or livestock coming through, produce coming in to make sure that it doesn't spoil when it's there, and making sure that we have areas available for farmers to drop off to ensure that on barge days they can actually make their barge. So all those pushes that we're trying to push into the budget right now. Operational side, you'll see a lot of trade-off transfers to ensure that we can live within our means, use program monies where we need them rather than where they're programmed for. And we have our program leaders here to answer any questions you guys may have. On the fire mitigation side, or wildfire mitigation side, we've been pushing really hard to ensure that we can start addressing issues before they become issues for the public. After Lahaina, we wanted to be sure that we did everything we could to minimize the potential of this affecting any other communities. We've been working with fire departments statewide to identify priorities in each district so we can either reduce fuel that they see as concerns or put in fire breaks to ensure that we can minimize the potential for impacting communities and allow fire to respond better. We made sure that we're working with them and with community leaders to see where we can put in emergency access routes in the interim while we're looking at longer term connectivity between communities. We want to continue that. And right now we've been using our DOT funds for that effort. And we're hopeful that we can talk to this committee and WAM this session to see if there's general funds available to do something like that as well, to continue the effort as we go forward. We made sure that we have enough resources internally as well to assist fire whenever situations like this come up. On the DOT side, on the highway side, we purchased water trucks for each district that have water cannons on them. In the past, we have water trucks that we use to help pre-wet areas so that we can protect areas that are outside of the fire zones. And we also use our water trucks to help refill the fire trucks that are remote to make sure that the fire department didn't have to go back and forth. This kind of upgrades our potentials where we can start using that pre-wetting in areas that are off roadways that are not accessible. On the airport side, we're transferring positions to ensure that we can upgrade our fire resources. So when fires occur, we can reach out to the fire departments and let them know we have this much personnel available and this much equipment available to assist you in whatever you need in these fires. In the past, we would hold off and wait until fire departments called us. Now, as soon as we understand there's a fire that's occurring in any area that's near our airports, we're reaching out to them to let them know what we have available so we can be in the mix as soon as possible. That's our push to ensure that we lean forward on that. That's all I have. Just as a brief on all of this, we sent information just to highlight some of the larger asks that we have for this legislative session, but open for any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, members, will open up to questions. Okay, Representative Morgan.
Thank you. Of course, this is related to Kauai and perhaps other islands, but you know we have a major issue with the brush growing along the highway. And it's a losing battle, the way that you guys are tackling it today by just trying to keep up cutting it down. And I know in the past we used to use herbicides, right, to kind of keep it down. But now with the fire, and you've kind of stopped doing that perhaps. But now with the fire hazards that we have, and when during the summer, when all of this does dry up, it does, fires are more likely to occur closer to the highways. What have you addressed how you can do that without stopping traffic?
So we'll never be able to do it without stopping traffic. I mean, that's the difficulty. Herbicides we stopped using at the end of last year, especially Roundup and the like. But we found replacement herbicides that we can use that are acceptable. So we've been testing them out. You'll see near guardrails and near bridges, some browner areas that we've been testing these different herbicides. And they're working out pretty good. So we're going to be using those sparingly for now until we know that they're safe. Once we do, we'll push forward on a large scale for those.
Just one suggestion, because I noticed you have been, but you use it when the grass is really tall. So if you would at least cut it down, then use it, I think it would be it wouldn't be as ugly.
Yeah, totally agree.
Probably more productive.
And I think what we're doing is, if you see, we're testing them at different levels of vegetation. So we would cut some down and use herbicide. We would leave some at 12 inches of height or so, and then use the herbicide, and we use them at higher, just to see the potentials we have.
Okay, well, good, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Kilo.
Thank you. Director Snippen, I have a question. So with the heightened concern, I think now looking right 60% of the state has one way in, one way out. Has there been expression, a commitment, I think, from the federal government to help us look at these roadways? Because if we only do it locally, the one budget could eat into one project for the whole year. But is there any, I think, want from the feds to help in that way?
So I'll say that Federal Highways has been extremely good partners in pushing forward on initiatives that Hawaii sees as important for Hawaii. That being said, they're pushed towards a national objective to minimize expansions. So when we start pushing forward on projects that are new capacities or areas, and especially projects that are building new roads in green spaces, very difficult to get significant federal support on those types of projects. I mean, just as a for instance for your community, if we tried to push forward on a second access into the Leeward Coast, I think with numbers from 10 years ago was about $300-400 million, probably double now from that perspective. We would have to use the authorities that they give us already and our state fundings to fund it, because in general, those types of projects would not be competitive for discretionary grants. So I will say from that perspective, it's difficult to get that support. Now that being said, they've been extremely supportive in allowing us to move forward on emergency operational adjustments, especially when we start looking at cutting in fire breaks or putting in these emergency access routes. And they've been very supportive in conversations on Kole Kole Pass, at least turning that into a two-way emergency access versus just a one. So I cannot say that we have the total support of the feds, but definitely they're trying to work with us within the bounds that they have.
And I think there's one thing that's not talked about with the large projects like that, right, is that we are an island that had people here prior, right, and you folks would run into potential issues of EV and historical.
Huge, absolutely huge. And just again, talking about the Leeward Coast, when we start bringing up the potential of a second access, there's half the community that wants the capacity. There's the other half that says, don't you ever touch those areas above the houses, because we know we'll get historic or archaeological issues that we'd run into. So you're absolutely right.
And then if it was a recurring, you think, cost for the wildfire prevention, what would the department need?
You know, from our perspective, we ran about 6.5 million so far, and we took care of a lot of the big number one priorities for the fire departments. We're probably going to run another 3.5 before the end of the state fiscal year, so it's about 10 million. From my perspective, when we start looking at those types of emergency accesses that we're trying to build out for different communities, it would probably be another 10 that we would look at for next year, or for this, I'm sorry, for this fiscal year.
Because without that appropriation, it just was coming out of your general.
Yeah, we're just using our DOT funds, our highway funds for that. And we're using the emergency proclamation to justify pulling it from that into these types of work.
Also, if it's a lump sum with the title just for wildfire prevention.
That'd be huge, absolutely huge. It would allow us to move forward and work with, of course, county and private industry to see which areas we could prioritize to get those access routes in.
Or a lot of the leeward sides of the state, probably the ones that benefited the most from it?
I would say the west sides are the ones that were most at risk for wildfire, so I would say so, yes.
Yeah. And then can I ask a question of harbors? Hi, Director Khalili.
Hi.
Can you, what was the revenue generated by harbors this last year?
I don't have the specific number on me, but our audited financial statements that I reviewed reflected about $200 million.
And that stays in the harbor fund, or is that appropriated throughout the state?
So we collect it and deposit it into the Harbor Special Fund, and then we come to the legislature to ask for the appropriation and the authority to expend that funding.
Okay. And then is there, with the Amazon project, where is that at right now?
So the Amazon.
What you can talk about, sorry.
So Amazon is not one of our tenants, but they're a next door neighbor. So we do keep some track on how they're going, and we do need to do some coordination to make sure that our operations don't conflict. I don't want to speak for Amazon, but the latest reports that we have from them is that they're expecting to be in operations like the second quarter of this calendar year. And I think they'll be here next week doing some outreach in coordination with neighborhood board and other community stakeholders.
And then, you know, the technologies that are being, I think, asked by the public around X-ray scanning of cargo and whatnot, has that been something that we as a state would pay for, or is it something the operators pay for if it was to be required?
So just for context, anything that we expend out of the special fund is paid into by our harbor users. And we collect that through harbor user fees, whether it's wharfage or dockage or any of those fees. So ultimately, the people of Hawaii would pay for it because they pay for all the goods coming in. The shipping companies then pay the fees to us, and then we would use that to pay for it. So that is something for everyone to consider just for context. But depending on how, like if that was mandated, depending on how the legislation mandating that was crafted, would determine who would be responsible for ultimately bearing the cost.
Have the partners at the harbor been, I think, open to how you've been inspecting on random?
So the harbor's operation for DOT, we're not responsible and are in fact not authorized to do any inspections. Each shipping company has their own auditing and inspection process, and that's something that they contract on their own, but it's more for their compliance with federal requirements and federal tariffs. In that process of doing those inspections, they have found contraband and other, let's just say, discrepancies in, manifest and bills of lading, but we don't get involved with that. So whatever is discovered through those processes are handled by law enforcement.
Thank you. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, directors.
Okay, thank you. Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. I was first going to thank you for bringing Ford back into the fold. He just coughed his way out. But an exemplary civil servant. I have two questions. One is about roads, and the other one is about OHA. Regarding the roads situation, and you guys kindly give us passes to go in and out of the airport as we do our official business. But as you leave the airport parking lot and you go up the ramp to either to go to Waianae or East Honolulu, getting from outside the gate where you pay or sign off to get to that area to go up on the ramp is worse than third world. I used to be in the Peace Corps and we used to dodge potholes. Is that ever going to be paved? And I don't know what your priority is paving. And you've done a great job on H1. H1 is smooth and cool. But that between there, if I was a tourist and I was getting my rent-a-car driving out, I'd say, well, where am I?
You know, in the past was really cool that I could just say that was airport's property, so not my problem. But now it is.
Exactly.
So that project, that area is under construction or under, not lease. It's under Hart's control. So we're
Under Hart's control.
Yeah, it's part of the construction of that.
It's between your parking lot and going up the ramp to the freeway.
But they're still using for construction zone accesses and the like in that area, and Ford can confirm.
So it's not Ford's control.
Not yet. So Ford.
Now I know why he left the room.
They're talking about your road coming out from the parking lot, going to the highway. Used to be not my problem, but now it is.
Sorry, which
Or what's going, you come out of the parking lot, after we come out of the parking lot, to go up to the freeway to go either Waianae or East Honolulu, it's like worse than a third world road. And it's always pockmarked, everything bad.
Is that area under Hart at this time?
He said it was under Hart.
Yes, okay. In fact.
Ford, you gotta talk in the mic.
I'm sorry. Let me make my shaka sign. No, what it is, because Hart is still building the rail station and they're still putting up the guideways, they removed a lot of the traffic signs as well. In fact, I recently got a complaint stating that when he tried to go up the ramp, he didn't know which way to go because the sign was removed. Okay, but the sign was supposed to go back up very shortly. So as they kind of move along, we'll make some improvements to it. But a lot of the road work that is actually taking place, especially on the airport property, is going to be repaired by Hart, not by the airport.
But what we can do in those areas that there are significant potholes, we'll start making sure we fill them and at least make it level in those areas.
It really gives a bad impression, quite frankly. Which is my second question regarding roads. You know, the mainstream, the Wall Street of Honolulu is Bishop Street. Going down Bishop Street is like a really rugged rural road. How do you prioritize where you do your repaving? Or is that a city and county one?
It's a city road.
Okay, not your Kulian. Okay, now the last question, the ceded lands. I understand you guys haven't paid OHA the airport ceded land money, or one of them that they have, you haven't, or is it Harbors? I forget which one. Is that like you don't have the money, or you intend to, or you don't intend to?
From what I understand, we're up to date on all payments for ceded lands, and I can confirm with Dre in the future. But the largest payment from the state comes from Harbors.
Yeah, exactly. You guys got some prime property,
Yeah.
and you've generally been very, how would you say, with the intent of the law doing it. But there was one report I just got from my office the other day that it's either Harbors or Airport that has quite a few
So for Harbors,
outstanding money.
Dre can speak to the payments for Harbors, and I believe we're up to date on everything. For airports, there's a federal regulation that doesn't allow payment to the ceded lands. So there's nothing that comes from airports that's
Has
required.
that been challenged, or?
It has been tested.
And it's been adjudicated at the federal level.
Okay, maybe that's the one that I saw where they monetized it, but it shows it wasn't paid. So Harbors is okay. How much did you guys give last time?
So our payments over the last 5 years have ranged from $13 million a year to, I think we're approaching about $15 million a year. So as our revenues increase, our payments to OHA increase. And we've done a pretty comprehensive and extensive assessment of exactly what properties and what TMKs are supposed to generate what, and then what do we pay. So I can say with a great deal of confidence that every penny that's owed to OHA for the Public Land Trust, Harbors pays.
And it's using the percentage 20%?
Correct.
Okay, terrific. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any Representative Cochran?
Thank you, Department, for being here. I wanted to jump in you mentioned something about, I think, water trucks or water tanks, and for wildfires in particular. Are you folks utilizing R1? And I'm, speaking directly for Lahaina itself, because I know the county has to utilize that. So I thought, what better way, to rather than Jack, utilize it with your folks' equipment when the need arises.
Yeah, so as far as the water trucks and like our base yard, we're in Kahului. The county has one in Lahaina, so they would probably respond first, but we're also there for support. So we already have two water trucks in our base yard, so this additional one provides just one more so it can go to areas. And it also has the water canyons.
Do we use
so they can shoot further.
R1 water though?
Our own water?
R1.
Recycled
Oh.
recycled water, the recycled water from the wastewater treatment plants.
I'm not sure where exactly they fill up. Depends just where it is. I mean, somebody's nearest fire
Yeah,
hydrant.
so
if
probably
there is.
not, because when we're called by fire, it's an emergency. So we fill up wherever is the closest for that water truck to get out there.
Okay, and follow-ups, Chair, thank you. And I'm happy to hear that you said you will reach out during need versus having to wait for county to ask state to assist, because as I was told to believe that if county doesn't ask, then state doesn't step in. So, but I'm happy to hear that you're like, no, we're available and we're gonna let you know. Thank you for that. And also stopping using the pesticides on the so county, when I left, we had implemented pesticide free. And so the entire county of Maui is the pilot program that it can be done. It garnered 50 new jobs with Public Works, and it's been successful. So they have the like an orange-based type of agent that they've been utilizing, you're right, as you probably know. And so I'm happy to hear that state's on board, and if there's any way you need more information on how county had done that, I'd be more than happy to work and get
Awesome.
that,
Thank you.
done. Lastly, it's the extension of the bypass, Lahaina bypass. So I'm looking through your graphs. It looks like you had been in discussion with a contractor. I mean, is it back on the STIP? What's the status on the extension of the northern bypass?
So I don't think it's back on the STIP yet. Is it on the STIP? Yeah, not on the STIP
No.
yet.
Okay.
Typically, when we start looking at long-range projects like the Lahaina bypass, it's definitely seen as a needed project on the long term. I generally don't like to put projects on the STIP unless I know where the funding is going to come from. And as I stated before, with this administration, they don't necessarily support new capacity or projects that are being built in green space. So we're trying to see how best to thread the needle to get that $100 million that's necessary for the construction. We definitely started talking about how we get the documents in place to get planning ready, so that when we get that funding identified, we can move forward very quickly. So we committed to moving forward with the planning effort, resetting the environmental permits, and making sure the design is ready, so that when we can identify that funding source, we can move forward very quickly.
Okay, and then Chair, and so with the disaster that had occurred, I mean, we need it more than ever now, more so, I think, and especially the evacuation routes heading north out of the schools. I know there's been a temporary something heading south, but again, you have to traverse Lahaina Luna to get to that evacuation route, and Lahaina Luna goes down, well, we're in the same predicament that we were during the fire. So I don't know, is there any way to utilize, FEMA, any type of funding because of the nature of the situation we're in right now?
So that's the appropriate area, and then we pushed our request towards FEMA for that route going further north. Fully understanding that once we get that route, if we get the emergency funding and the emergency procedures, we could go pretty quickly on it. That being said, if we don't get those emergency funds or the emergency procedures, that route is 6 to 7 years out. So we want to make sure that we do things now to ensure that we get some emergency accesses for the community. So we've been working with fire to see where best to cut in different paths in different areas to ensure that there is access at this time for a community to get out.
Well, good. I like to be kept in the loop and see where we're moving with this. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay. Representative Takaneuchi, followed by Kahaloa, followed by Ward.
Thanks, Chair. Hi, Director. Thank you. I have some questions, I guess. I'd like to get some clarification around how we do some of our state contracts with DOT. I'm particularly thinking about the Pali Highway work that is finally, thankfully, winding down and ready to wrap up. But I guess at the end of a contract, what kind of assessments does the department do, before closing out? And I guess on your end, about the work and the contractors, like I don't want to say exit interview, but what kind of assessments are done at the end of the contract by the department?
Yeah, so throughout the contract, no contractor walks away from a project not knowing how we think of them, because they'll see it daily in our interactions. That contractor on Pali Highway was very difficult to work with, and they knew it because of the way we treated them throughout that process. Prior to locking up any project or closing out any project, we do extensive walkthroughs of the facilities. to look at the quality, and especially after we've had a lot of usage of it, we can see where things are in good condition and where things are fair condition and where things just have to be redone. And I think you've seen in that area, there's been some night work that was done to redo a lot of the work that was done during that time that we just saw as poor quality. So prior to releasing that contract or releasing that final payment to the contractor, we'll ensure that that punch list that we walk through with them on is taken care of before they get paid out and before we release them from the contract. As we're going through that punch list and discussions, we have discussions with the contractors about how we and they can do better in the future to ensure that we can minimize potential impacts, potential costs, and potential quality issues throughout the projects.
I guess this assessment that you're doing overall, and then by the end of it, will that be able to impact whether that contractor gets future state projects?
No, it doesn't. And that's the thing. At this time, there's no qualification-based selection unless we go with the design build. Now, in the statutes, it's allowed. It allows us to move forward with shortlisting contractors prior to going with a bid. We gotta clear up our processes to ensure that we can defend it, though. Because if we go through that process, it just opens up another venue for protests on the projects and potentially extend out the timeframes for us to move forward on projects. So that's on us. We got to get that done.
And I'm sure are impacts to the community, particularly probably how it runs straight through a dense residential community, are impacts to the surrounding community any part of these assessments that you do?
Absolutely. I mean, the number of complaints we get definitely impact how we assess the contractor.
Yeah, because I know there was a lot of frustration with the Pali Highway work. So and I think a lot of it, I feel like the department did try its best to kind of field those complaints, but I mean they were kind of ongoing and continuous from the community throughout the length of the project once it came on to the town side of the work. So I would just hope that if we're giving state, and these are not small amounts of money that they're getting, that we'd like to work with companies that are going to be mindful of the impacts to our residents as we're doing this necessary work for everyone.
Absolutely agree with you. And I think we gotta work on the legislation or the authorities that we have to ensure that not only can we move forward with a shorter list and a calls-based list that allows us to select the right types of contractors to move forward with on projects like this. We also got to make sure that there's protections in place that don't allow contractors to potentially stop a project due to protests and the like.
Sorry, one final thing.
Yeah.
In the contracts and in the RP or somewhere in the process, is there something written in about, kind of this interaction that the contractor's obviously going to have with the general public to have some kind of to give the department, I guess, more oversight on this? Right? It's hard, people start complaining, they complain about different things, but, if I'm wondering if there can be some kind of trigger to give the department more teeth in forcing the contract to be more responsive to certain kinds of community complaints.
For larger projects, and I don't know if this was one of them that we had done it on, we require in our contract the contractor to have, of course, pre-construction meetings with the community, host a website and a 24-hour hotline, and do regular check-ins with the community. I don't know that we had it for Pali Highway, though.
We did.
We did, okay.
But
they didn't do it.
It was available. I'm not sure how well it worked in practice.
Got it.
For this project.
And that's the thing. If we had it in the contract, then it's on us that it didn't get done the right way. So let me check into that and see how we can adjust that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Representative Carlo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Sniffen, for being here. My question is about airports and similar to contract work, but with the Kona International Airport and the modernization plan that really got lift during the pandemic. One of the questions is, we have restrooms offline because they're being, redone. So and then those were offline when the first set of restrooms were upgraded. Well, we've been increasing, I think, in airlift capacity and traffic and foot traffic at the airport. So with those bathrooms down, not only are we creating long lines, but what's happening is the work that repaired the first round of bathrooms at the airport are degrading pretty quickly. One example, the only women's restroom on the Hawaiian Airlines and the international new Gate 11 arrivals has 3 or 4 stalls and 3 sinks and only 1 working dish soap dispenser. So women wash their hands So just as an example, that was something that was very beautiful, completed during the pandemic, and now has kind of totally degraded really quickly. So whether that's a contract issue or not, we know other restrooms are being worked on actively right now. Are there ways, is this repair and maintenance or part of the contract of the ability for these restrooms to sustain itself long enough and are now somewhat falling apart? Is that part of the original contract? Part of it is how do we get it fixed, but the scare is the other restrooms open up, and is it now because there's enough capacity where everyone's stretched to multiple restrooms instead of like one on each side? Are we gonna see improvement because there are multiple things broken in those current facilities that were very beautiful not too long ago?
Yeah, so we'll absolutely see improvements, and I'm happy to bring this up. We definitely have to be more proactive in getting these things addressed before they start going down, and we'll do that. On the quality of construction, if we had bought off on the checklist and we allowed it to operate, then the construction followed all of the specs that we had. So it cannot be on the contractor from that perspective. It might be the design that we got to address, or it might be our operational, our maintenance portion that got to be addressed. But we'll address both of those to ensure that we don't have this kind of problem again. But maybe I'll ask Ford to come up so we can talk about operationally the timeframes that those other restrooms will be down, and when we'll get to repairing these pieces here.
Thank you, because I don't know if now at this pace, those restrooms are R&M versus the ones that are totally offline for total renew. But yeah, we're seeing real big degradation besides the lines on the flights, and these are mostly on the neighbor island flights, not the bigger capacity planes. So I can only imagine at our highest peak that there are lines way over 30 minutes to get through the restrooms on either side of Kona Airport.
Yeah, so thank you for your question, and you're absolutely correct. Kona International Airport has a limited amount of restrooms, as you well know, and when we take half of them down to go ahead and renovate them, it does become a problem, because what happens now is that the usage to the 50% that is available gets doubled, and again, with it comes wear and tear. What we've done in the past, and we're continuing to do, is that every project that we do have a warranty contract with the contractor, and it's their responsibility to come to make sure that everything is in operational order. What we've been finding, though, is that as things break down, they're not responding as quickly as we like them to. And this is not just limited to Kona. This is all our airports. So what we're doing now is that we're actually going out there and inspecting them ourselves, which normally we're not supposed to, but we are, because of the fact that we are getting complaints about the fact that the new equipment is deteriorating quicker than we've anticipated. By doing so, we reach out to them, and under the warranty, basically they either need to repair what's there or they need to replace it. And that's what's actually been happening. So I will go find out exactly where we're at. In fact, Director and I will be in Kona as of Sunday. I'll do a walkthrough of the airport.
Not in the women's bathroom, though.
No, but to be honest with you, I do go into the women's bathroom as well. I'm accompanied by my custodians, but we make sure it's clear. But I check, literally at like Honolulu, I check every restroom. You know, I check the blowers, I check the soap dispensers, and we do this on the neighbor islands to our staff as well. And they report things. We are working now on a software that basically can report job orders. If something is broken, you can just go ahead and put it through your smartphone and it'll get registered. But this is something that I'll take a look at, but we do maintain it. As long as it's under warranty, we don't touch it because it is under warranty, but we can advise them that they need to go ahead and fix it or they need to replace it. And then once the warranty is over, then we maintain it from there.
And since this isn't quite regular repair and maintenance because it's within the warranty and I'm glad it's within that space, are we gonna have to wait till the other restrooms go online before it's able to address the ones that are open?
No, it's our responsibility to get up to the contractor to make sure they fix it, so it's up
Okay.
and operational.
Thank you very much for working on that.
Okay, thank you very much. For the record, men wash their hands too. Representative Ward.
Studies indicate less so than females. That's the raw data. But speaking of bathrooms, do we have these needle depository things, and what are they for? I noticed them in other places.
Currently, we don't have in any of our restrooms any needle depositories. You know, that is something that I'm going to have to take a look at, because that is actually something that's very dangerous. When you have it in there, and for some reason, if the container is not operating the way it's supposed to be, because the way it works basically is you drop the needle in there, and basically there's no way of it coming back out.
Yeah, you can't get it back out.
Okay, but again, there's been
Are those
situations.
needles for people with drug issues, or are they for?
No, for insulin.
Insulin and okay.
That type of situation. But a
sure.
lot of them basically have their own carrying case within their bags, or their stuff,
okay.
so that if they are taking insulin, and if they need it, they have something that they can actually put it into such time that they can dispose it.
I was wondering, but my real bottom line question is back to the Wall Street, Bishop Street. Do you ever give grants to the counties to pave roads, or it's like, hey, that's your kuleana in your budget, or hey, we can help you?
Yeah, of the 220 million that comes to the state from the Federal Highways Administration, about 50 million go to the counties. We put out to the counties for their projects.
Through
the
request
state.
to you and.
Through
Okay,
the
so
state.
it does exist.
Yes, yes. So funding does go to the counties through those programs.
So Bishop Estate should be funded then. It's a mayoral. But lastly, Mr. Snibbet, thank you for being one of the most responsive departments in the state administration. Really appreciate your responsiveness.
That's all because of them. They do the
And
work.
for all
Thank
of the rest of you, you make us look good in our district, and you make the government look efficient.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative Kila, followed by Ayu.
Thank you. So, Director Sniffen, I was thinking, what is the condition of the zipper lane right now? The equipment, how much more life is left in that?
So we just bought one 2 to 3 years ago. The other, so we have two machines, right? One is used as our primary, the other is our backup. Bought one about 2 to 3 years ago. The other one that we have is like 20 years old. So we're looking at building a new machine. It's going to cost another $5 million, but it's going to last us 25 years. So it's a good investment, fully understanding that I don't want the 6-hour time frame for everybody to get home again, to occur again. That happened in 2015.
The Carmageddon.
Yeah. So it's in good operating order right now, but it's just a matter of time before that machine degrades. We're working out with the vendor on the price for that $4.5 million or so for the new machine. They're going to hold the price for us. So we're going to be coming in this legislative session for the authority to expand and buy that new machine. I think we have 1 million already. Tammy, correct me if I'm wrong. 1 million already. We need another 3.5. Yeah.
I think the conversation that has now happened is that with the influx of traffic, and I think as we want to move to an island where we don't have as much cars, is there ever the likelihood of a westbound afternoon zipper lane?
So in 2012, we moved forward with the westbound zipper. That was the project. When we started out on that project to see how best to build it, when we had the contractor on board, we tested the theory. In order to set that westbound lane, we'd have to close off 2 lanes going in the eastbound direction. So we did. We closed it off during construction and created a nightmare going up to H2. So traffic was backed up to the Mililani off. And we decided that's not the best solution at this time. So what we did instead was built out that shoulder lane from Halawa or Aya to Waimalu. Then we built out a new 24/7 lane from Waimalu through Waiawa Interchange. That gave more capacity at a lower price, and that also did not preclude the potential for a westbound zipper in the future. So there's still potential for it. Right now, we just don't have the justification for that 140 million that we're looking at. That it would cost to push that forward.
Hey, 2 more things, Chair. I think then I would ask, would it take an act of legislation? Is DOT open to it, to expanding the rates of the zipper lane to alleviate traffic going townbound in the morning, to divert westbound traffic coming from places like Waianae, to have the right to enter there so they're not colliding with traffic along the way to the H2 and they dump out by the airport and Sand Island?
So because we built the zipper with federal funds, FHWA governs what what can go into that zipper lane. So right now it's motorcycles, electric vehicles, and buses that are exempted. Everything else has to be high occupancy vehicles of 2. Now they give us the benefit of deciding what high occupancy is. When the zipper lane first started up, it was 3. We brought it down to 2 to make sure that we could have that volumes that were necessary to make it viable. But anytime we touch the makeup of who can go in that lane, we got to get federal highway buy-off.
So because we use federal funding, then would it make it hard in the future if we implemented a toll program with the zipper lane?
Yeah. So tolls are a bad word for federal highways. If once we start tolling something, they pull their federal support. Now we can call it different things. In the past, I think New York City got away with calling things congested price or something like that. So there's ways that we can consider things without the feds pulling their support from that area, and we can investigate it.
And then, so going on the roadways, you know, like across America, there's a mandated, I think, truck speed limit. Has the state ever explored mandating a maximum speed limit for some of these trucks with 3-4 axles?
Maximum speed limit?
Yeah.
That's lower than the speed limits that
of the rate.
We have not. We just design our system based on the percent trucks that we have, and the speed limits that we have on the system. We just ensure that our pavement can take those impacts.
Because I think that my question, you know, we passed a law last year, not banning, but restricting large trucks, left lane, 3 lanes or more. Has DOT explored potential signage to explain that?
Yeah, so we're working with HTA on that signage right now. We worked with them first on the discussions on who can be in that left lane and when.
HTA?
Yeah, Hawaii Transportation
Oh, is it
Authority.
Hawaii Tourism?
Yeah. No,
Sorry.
The other HTA. Worked with them to make sure it was very clear to the commercial providers who can and cannot be in those left lanes and what those exemptions mean. And we're working out the signage now.
Okay. Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Director.
Okay, thank you, Representative Ryu.
Director, thank you for coming. The Moanalo community really appreciates the speed humps that we got
Awesome.
installed this past year. I just want to know more about the program. So how long more is it going to continue for, and the funding component, if you need more funding for the program, and where we're taking the program?
Yeah, we would always love more funding, but
you heard that,
for us, the big reason that we move forward on raised pedestrian crosswalks, speed humps, and roundabouts throughout that system is ensuring that we manage speeds. What we found is 40% of crashes that occur on the system are because of excessive speeding. But we also learned that every fatality that occurs on the system is because of speed. So 100% because of speed. And if we manage that speed, we know people are going to drive drunk. We know people are going to try speed, and we know people are going to drive distracted. Having these speed management devices in place allows us to minimize the potential of crashes that occur or fatalities that occur. And we saw that it was successful last year. This year, 2023, we ended up with 94 fatalities. It's a big number, but it's lower than the 116 that died in 2022, and also lower than our 5-year rolling average of about 108 fatalities. So it's working, getting that speed management in place. We started this program putting raised pedestrian crosswalks in areas where we knew there were high conflicts between pedestrians, bicyclists, and vehicles. And we started at schools and parks and the like. And when legislators brought in their requests for different areas, we're happy to move forward, whether it's state property or county property. It doesn't matter to us. We want to make sure that we make the system as safe as possible. So we're continuing it. We don't see stopping it. We're just looking at areas where we can refine the locations that we're going to put them in.
So I guess my question is, you don't need to enter into another contract. You can just keep this contract going indefinitely, or?
Yeah, so what we do is we tie the raised pedestrian crosswalks into our paving contracts, and the paving contracts last 5 years. So every 5 years we'll recycle them as we go through. So whoever gets those contracts are become our raised pedestrian crosswalk pavers.
Okay, and you can use the paver for like the freeway and for the raised pedestrian
That's
crosswalks.
correct.
Okay, awesome. And this question might be for you, Ford. But this morning we heard from LG about standardizing kind of the materials and the designs for spaces we're using. And I just wanted to know, these are really cool in the airport, these Dyson like water like for your hands, and then right next to it, it blow dries at the same time. But like those seem awfully expensive and excessive for what we have in our airports. Is that price effective, or what was the decision making for some of these choices that we're installing in the airports?
Yeah, what we do is we try to take a look at what we think will be the best. When we went with the hand blowers, basically we eliminated a lot of the towel dispensers. But we are finding that when you have something that has multiple purposes, like puts out water, puts out air, then you're going to have more problems with it in terms of the mechanical function of it. So that's something that we're monitoring very carefully. We just did all our restrooms in terms of that. The second problem that we run into is more of a procurement problem. Whenever we put something out to bid, when we're doing projects and such, and we want to go after a certain type of product, we have to go out with the lowest bidder. So we won't always get the same product that we did originally. We'll have the basic specs will be the same, but the product itself will not be the same. And I think like elevators, escalators is a classic example. We have all these different manufacturers. We have to have all this cash tied up basically for our parts for it because they all use different parts. So trying to get uniformity, trying to make consistency, trying to do standards, this is something that we always try to do, but it does, it is a little bit difficult in terms of the environment that we're working on.
I just want to make sure that it's not the department being the one asking for these special or unique, I think the story we hear is like the $200,000 Go toilet that we installed somewhere, on the federal level. Like, we're not asking for these special, more expensive fixtures or whatever. We're getting the most cost effective for the dollar we're spending.
It's based on durability.
Yeah. And that's the big push right now. So everything we're looking at in the contracts, whether it was contracted previously or not, we're looking at how durable it can be in the long term. So overall, Ford's been doing a really good job of making sure he resets the airport. I don't like to be last in anything, and we're last on Maui and second to the last on Oahu. Working to make sure that we move it forward, and the biggest piece of it is ensuring that our durability and sustainability in that airport is upped up tremendously. We know we cannot be the biggest airport tomorrow, but we can be the cleanest. We can be the best maintained tomorrow already. So that's the focus right now.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Just follow up real quick. The low bid issue has always plagued us, and sometimes you have to kind of look at best value or best bang for the buck and things like that. Have you been looking into ways to?
Yes, we have. We're looking at contracting allowances, and right now the statute already allows us to move forward on those types of things. The biggest concern is protests. Now, the cool thing is the legislature helped us out with passing the 1% requirement on anybody who comes in for a protest through DCCA, which has halted a whole bunch of frivolous protests from the past. Now we're trying to see, based on that, how we can set up the process that allows us to justify and defend moving forward with a short list of contractors based on their past performance. Once we do that, because we've already set up the past performance database within the DOT, so we know how contractors performed for each of the divisions in the DOT. We'd love to see it go statewide. We'd love to see that everybody gets that information so we can start setting up this justification that can be defended during the protest process. And again, that's on us to get done.
Okay, thank you. Representative Cochran.
Thank you. I saw some breakdown in for House District 14. For one is for 6.6 mil, the other is for 26.4 mil. Both items are for Lahaina repair, rehab, or reinstallation. Do you know what the details are on those projects?
I could fake it, but I could ask Robin. Robin will know.
Okay.
Majority of that is for the traffic signals. There's about, I think there's like 9 traffic signals on Honopialani Highway that was all destroyed in the fire. Some are completely down. Some have a lot of char that we'll probably just end up replacing. And even when we replace those signals, we'll upgrade other sidewalks or curb ramps that's all around it. That's majority of it. We know right now with all the activity going on, the pavement is going to get damaged. And so with, once the debris is all cleared up, we're probably going to have to repave all those roads as well. So it's mainly for that.
Yeah, and the good thing is most of the funding that we're going to be using for this is our emergency funding from federal highways. So FEMA does a great job, but federal highways, the funding comes to us just like our formula funds. It's super simple. We get paid immediately versus the 5 to 10 year gap that FEMA has.
Okay, a follow-up. So you're talking about Highway 30, right? Not the bypass road, but the below, right?
It's below and all those roads, the internal roads as well.
Oh, okay. I mean, county, like Front Street is county, all the side roads are county. I know the Highway 30. But as I also understand that state won't, fund parallel roads. So since the bypass went I was always told by Public Works, they're gonna have to take over the Highway 30, but you're saying that this funds went to up.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Right?
When we look at emergency access or emergency programs, we fund everything we can. So the local roads from the counties are also under the federal highways, roadways as well. And we are allowed to move those funds forward in that area.
Okay, great, good to know. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Representative, are you following?
Sorry, a few more questions on the red light camera program you guys are rolling out. How is that program going?
Red light's going well. The numbers are showing a significant reduction in red light citations from the beginning to now. I think the range is based on the intersections between 25% to 60%. So it's showing a market increase or a market improvement in behaviors from that program. So we'd love to see it continue. We have one more year for the pilot program before we have the authority to expand it into other areas.
And then it was my understanding that you can convert those cameras to like speeding cameras after. Is that
Yes.
that part of the plan or what's?
Well, we need legislation. And,
Okay.
and this year, there's two members that are putting in bills to allow us to the authority to cite based on on cameras. So if we get that authority, we could immediately double duty those cameras as red light and speed.
Okay. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director, for being here. Taking a look at your vacancy tables, it's very clear that the engineer class continues to be the toughest position for you folks to fill. For my time at DHERD, I know we have like shortage differential programs to try to make the pay equitable to what they can receive in the private sector. Are there any new strategies in place for the department to try to fill these positions,
Absolutely.
especially recent graduates out of college?
Yeah, so we're working closely with UH to try and attract the graduates to the best extent possible. Definitely, we cannot pay them more than private industry, but we can give them the opportunity to have higher impacts as earlier in their career than any other agency out there. And we've been using that to try to attract more people in. We've been using our internship programs to indoctrinate them into DOT and see the types of impacts they can have in their communities, not just in infrastructure, but affecting housing and homelessness, food security and energy security, all those different areas just through one agency. What we're also seeing though is there's not just a reduction in people that were coming into DOT as engineers. There's a reduction in engineers altogether. So we worked with the legislature and with DHERD to make sure we have the project management class set up. And we're going to be pushing more people through that class as well. So there's a lot of people who've been in the industry for 10 to 15 years that have a lot of experience that didn't have that upward mobility because there's no class to move into. With that project management class, we can have an engineer that's just an unlicensed person in the project management class moving up in the same trajectory and helping us out with the areas we're short on because of the engineering shortage. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Poipoi.
Thank you, Chair. Hey, Director. I have a few questions. I think they're following up on some previous conversations. But you mentioned fire and fuel mitigation. I was wondering if the area around Paia Town is on your radar regarding looking at to possibly take efforts for mitigation.
Yeah, let me see, Rob. We're working directly with fire to make sure we have the priorities that are all set.
Yeah, so like Director said, we checked with the Maui Fire Department, get their priority area. So there was an area in Paia. I can't remember the exact area, but we did do one. I think it's been completed.
Let me show you the list of areas that we have for Maui County. And you can see the area that we addressed over there. If the one that you're talking about, if the one that you're talking about is not addressed, let us know.
Okay.
We can run it through fire as well.
Okay.
Yeah, if you can get that to the committee, then we'll distribute it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Regarding the road to Hana, some of our finance members took a
Who got sick? Anybody got?
had an adventure on the road to Hana, but I thought it was a really good experience for everybody to experience the road, and it's a tourist attraction, but it's also a lifeline road for the residents out there. That area is where I receive a lot of concerns, and it's just partially the characteristics of the road. But I was just wondering regarding restriping, repairing culverts, fixing call boxes, repairing or adding additional signage for safety, if in your budget there's funding for that, or if additional funding would be needed for those types of things.
Yeah, right now we do have various projects going on Hana Road. There was 2 bridges that we're doing foundation repairs. There's other slope mitigations that we're doing. We have another, I think, 6 areas we're doing design for fixing slopes. We have our striping contract that we'll end up restriping the entire route. So there's a lot of projects going on there. And with HANA and the characteristics of it, you can't do a whole lot of projects at once because it does block everybody.
Let us get back to you with the list, the timeframes for each of the efforts that are out there. For overall, and this is for the committee itself, we have in our budget restriping for all islands every 5 years. So throughout the 5-year period, the whole island should be restriped. We'll find out when HANA is all set up, and we'll send it to you.
Okay, and if you could look at the call boxes as well. I've been told that many of them or all of them don't work. I don't know if that's under your jurisdiction.
Let me check on that. I thought that we had discontinued the call boxes in the past.
If they're discontinued, then removing them?
Yeah, definitely. So let me check on that, where we are.
You want me to respond?
Yeah, please. Oh, sorry.
Yes, actually with the call boxes, we did have them in HANA, and the contract to maintain them, they expired, and they all have to be replaced, and all new infrastructure needs to be brought in. So we put out a contract, I think it was a year or so ago, and we didn't get any responses, because I think they're just unique, but we'll follow up and put out again.
I would prefer to replace them because there's no cell,
Right,
very
correct.
spotty cell signal, so they're really important to have.
Okay.
If possible. On Lanai, I'm just going through my laundry list, but on Lanai, I received concerns regarding airplanes that don't call in when they're landing or taking off, so there have been sketchy calls or close calls happening, even with staff on the ground being unaware of planes landing, having to get out of the way quickly, so it's a big safety concern. And I know we talked about air traffic control and the FAA and all of that, but Dillingham Airport has the Unicom system, so I'm curious if that's under DOT and if that's something that could be replicated for Lanai.
As you stated, basically, anytime you go wheels up, the state airport system has no jurisdiction over that. FAA, in this particular case, would be the air traffic tower. The air traffic tower located at Kailua Airport actually governs the airspace basically for Lanai and Molokai as well. So they are the ones that would actually monitor that. If we're going to try to do any other type of instrument landings for that particular area, all that will do is provide guidance in terms of the aircraft that's coming in. It wouldn't be able to time any type of communications outside of what's being communicated through their headphones that they're getting from the towers is what it comes down to. So, it's something that I can ask FAA to try to take a look at.
Let us follow up with FAA on the concerns of unreported landings.
So the Unicom, similar to Dillingham, would not be.
It could be, but again, it needs to be recommended by FAA. A lot of the instruments that we use are actually FAA funded through that. Again, Lanai, basically, because of the size of the runway, has only certain type of aircraft that can land there. Lanai Air flies there, and basically Mokulele does as well.
Yeah, I think the concern was mainly coming from trainer planes and other private planes. Well, the concern of they're not calling in. Yeah, I think that's mainly.
Let me see if there's a record that the Kailua Tower has for. Normally, if somebody's not calling in, they will see it on their radar screen, and they do make a notation of it, and they do report it. So I can go ahead and try to pull those records and find out exactly if it's consistency. Is it training in terms of flights that are coming out of either Kahului or Honolulu that are doing test landings there? But that's something that we can look into.
Okay, thank you. And one more question. Okay. From, talking about the restriping on Molokai, on East Molokai, there's the rumble strips in the middle, and that's something I've received quite a bit of complaints about because the road is so narrow. The rumble strip results in drivers veering more toward the shoulder, and then we have no shoulder. So in the restriping, could looking at if that area is restriped or more work is done, filling in the rumble strips or making them less intense or something to better fit the actual size of the road, removing them?
Yeah, we can take a look.
Okay.
Yeah, in that area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative Alcos.
Hey, Azid, how do you measure traffic? Based on the west side, takes maybe us about 1 hour to get into town. And with the development on the housing all on our side of the island, you know, how does it look in 5 years, 10 years? How do you measure that?
That's the difficulty. Considering in the past, so I'll say, 1960s, we built the highway system. The highway system throughout that Waimalu prosthetic corridor was based on a 20-year consideration that in 20 years, going to have 60,000 vehicles going through that corridor. But to be safe, they put a buffer on it of 1.5. So they designed it for 90,000 vehicles through that corridor. By the time that route was open, it was already over the 60,000 that they had considered. Now we get 270,000 vehicles going through that area. So basing the potential increase in volumes on population is very difficult. We were underestimated the first time. Any time since, we've overestimated what it's going to look like. So I'll tell you quite frankly, in 5 years, I don't know what it could look like. I would assume it would be about the same right now. But what I will say is it's very difficult to widen that corridor at this time without spending $1 billion. The acquisitions that are required for that route, going from Waiava Interchange to town, would be significant. I mean, the acquisitions would be significant. So very difficult for us to consider how we could widen that roadway. The potential for putting in a zipper that allows us to, widening the zipper would be difficult as well, because you can see traffic going westbound is backed up already when we open up the zipper going eastbound. Overall, we try to put in as much capacity as possible in the corridor that we have. But we also try to work with developers to see how we develop more commercial opportunities on the west side. That's why we put in so much money into the access for Kapolei Kalailoa. And that's why we're building out that third phase of the Kapolei interchange to ensure that we can incentivize more businesses to build in that area so that real jobs are there. More people on the west side and central can go west to work versus having to come into town to work. And that's the way we see best to try and address the capacity issue by reducing the demand.
Thank you. Another question. E-bikes getting popular. Do you have any plans of, or maybe there is, streets getting bigger or more safer because e-bikes go on the sidewalk, really scary for pedestrians going on the road? Do you have plans, or how do you make it safer?
Yeah, clearly we gotta address our bike system throughout the island. So what we're working on right now with the city and county of Honolulu is connecting up all our state and bike paths from Nanakuli to UH. That's the plan right now. They got $6 million to do the planning study to see how we can do it. And of course, while we do this, that 22-mile stretch is going to take a while for us to get to. But the intent is not to build the whole project at once. The intent is, while we're studying it, identify areas that we can already connect. Overall, we're not connecting Nanakuli to UH because we think people can ride 22 miles a day. That's not the intent. The intent is for us to make sure that we can connect up Nanakuli to Kalailoa, and Kalailoa to Kapolei, Kapolei to Ewa, so that all those portions of the route are connected and you get better access if you're living one town away to areas that are commercially viable for your goods, services, and opportunities. That's the intent. So to your question, we're trying to make sure that we improve all of our bike paths, our bike routes, so that it's safer for all bicyclists, e-bike or the like.
If you can make sidewalks bigger, that'd be awesome.
Yeah. We're looking at more shared use paths. So in Nanakuli, when we build out the 5th lane in that area, the intent is to extend that shared use path on the Makai side so that it's a safer bike route.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Any further questions, Representative Takanouchi?
Thanks. Sorry, I was looking at the data that you sent in for the wildfire response pages. And sorry if this is a basic question. I'm trying to understand all this and how we're going to leverage our federal funds and everything. Yeah. So it looks like almost all, I think, of the things that came from airports is FEMA reimbursable, but like none of the highway work. What's the difference, or what kind of work is it, and why isn't it eligible?
So the difficulty is when we start moving forward on improvements that are for emergencies. For FEMA, it's reimbursable if it's in the area of the disaster. a lot of the improvements that we're doing for fire mitigation is on neighboring islands, so Oahu, Oahu, Kauai, and Big Island. All those are not reimbursable based on the disaster.
So basically, the response work, it was just response nationwide to try and adjust, not necessarily the work you're doing in Lahaina and the surrounding area.
Exactly.
Okay.
So the work that we're doing in Lahaina, we're getting reimbursed through federal highways, not through FEMA. And again, I love FEMA. Bob Fenton is a really good guy. Love seeing him, but I hate seeing him because that means there's a disaster. But their funds, because of the protocols that are necessary for FEMA funds, the strings that are attached and the timeframes that are necessary, I don't touch it with a 10-foot pole. I mean, if we can go with emergency funds through federal highways, it's the easiest thing for us.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, couple quick questions. So, in the past, to build many projects, it was tied to DoD where we got 90-10 money and things like that. At one time, the Kihei Lahaina bypass was supposed to be that mechanism, things like that.
Key up country,
Key up country, yeah. And then the and I know there's other areas also that tie to even going out to the West Oahu. There's opportunities there, but has that source of funding been looked at again? And are there opportunities?
We're trying to leverage it right now. In the past, I mean, that's the reason we get interstates, right? We connected bases.
Right.
So we try to use that defense access road spending as much as possible. It's been very difficult to get the commitments from the military since then. The last one we used was for DKI. That was a significant amount of DAR funding that went into the construction of that roadway. There is some interest from PTA to invest another $60 million or so into the western extension of DKI. And for a $100 million project, if they do 60, I mean, it's easy for us to justify the additional 40 to get that done. When we start talking about other roads, when we started considering Gihep country or other connections between bases, we haven't gotten that big a support from the military. I don't know what their structure's like. I don't know what they're considering as priorities and the like. But we're trying to see just basically where we can maximize their funds for us.
Okay. So you've had conversations or?
Yes.
Okay.
We've had.
But what seems to be the bottleneck or
It seems
roadblock?
like there was the highest probability so far is for the western extension of Daniel K. Inouye.
Okay.
But even with that, we don't have firm commitments from the military. We have significant interest. So we're trying to see how we can maximize that to get the 60 there. When we started talking about other routes, we haven't gotten that significant interest. When we looked at the Kihep country connecting up the technology center and the like, we haven't gotten the same interest as Senator Inouye gave us when he was pushing that problem.
Right. Okay, I'm just curious. And then in your budget request, there's $5 million for general funds. But it looks like it's kind of being used for maybe homeless sweeps or things like that. But is it wildfire related too, or?
That one is not. That one is for homeless enforcement. And that one we use for all state agencies.
Okay, so when you say you need additional general funds, it's on top of that?
On top of that, yes.
Okay, all right. So you have any idea what that on top of that would be to be?
Yeah.
And are there federal grants available? Are there, if the state gave general funds, would even the highway fund match in some way, or all those kind of things?
So we'd be happy to match with the highway fund. When we worked with our federal partners, there's not a lot of allowances that allow them to invest off system on emergency routes that won't be considered a state route or a federal route. So they're extremely limited in what they can help with. For us, if we can get 15 million, so 10 million general funds, and we can match 5 with highway funds, that would give us enough funding to move forward with the emergency access routes that we're trying to push.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's one more route that the military was interested in, Kole Kole Pass. They're looking at adding in another investment into that area to turn it into a 2-way emergency route.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Okay, Director, thank you very much. Thank you for coming in. And
Thanks, members.
Thank you,
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. We are adjourned.